So we are early game, so I'll give the full and most total reminder as I can of the current events, the date, as we get into some rather strange things. Uh, just yesterday, it seems, despite all that has happened, truly only yesterday, you were all invited aboard the Golden Dragon for a royal gala here in the fair city of Fairhaven on Dare, where you all met with various individuals, royalty, important members of dragon-marked houses, and so on and so forth. But were stunned to have been contingency teleported off of the ship to a nearby hill, post-dramatic speech from oh, come on. What's her name? Sorry. Oh,
Era Ilra?
oh, thank you. You're the best. Yes. Kara Irvath, adventurer of Ondare, gave a speech that was rather damning to the upper class and vanished. The ship did not explode, but implode. Information that you all are only privy to at this time, it seems. And absconded into the city with brand new dragon marks stamped on your faces and forward neck areas. You all went about your various businesses. You decided to reconvene later, but all go about your various businesses. Zali attempted to infiltrate the airship docks and, to her credit, got very deep behind enemy lines. Truly was just the final roll that got away from her, but I think nonetheless impressed quite a few individuals with her skills, which will become apparent later as she met up with Liz in prison, who also was arrested for attacking guards, but managed to speak to her close companion Otto in hopes of securing release. But these two came into contact with Spy Master Thule Rakanok of the Royal Eyes of Ondare, and managed to divulge their portions of the issue. They were brought to nicer quarters where they were inevitably released by a lawyer. While the rest of the party wasn't arrested, they did have their faces slapped across the front of the local newspaper, and went about that in various ways. Some were prepared to turn themselves in, others were not. Cross did indeed turn himself in and also made contact with the spy master, Theol Rannoch. But it was Ludwig who seemingly saved the day a little bit and lawyered up, as a noble is tended to do. Lawyered up with a one Marina de Madani, who got in contact with the rest of the party and provided pro bono legal counsel to the party and managed to actually get Liz and Zali out of custody, as there was no hearing as of yet. Some legal fun work. Cross did submit to a zone of truth and was found to be clean. And though the party is not aware of it, Cross also exonerated the rest of the party, at least for the crimes on the night of the Golden Dragon, or at least in part through the powers of Zone of Truth and Cross's own abilities with Zone of Truth. All of you spoke to Marina, who is building a case on your side to be brought before the Royal Court of Ondare. Some of you have submitted to the House Madani ability to detect thoughts. Others have not. And in the end, you all went, or some of you went to go see the royal proclamation by the Queen, who invited all who escaped the attack to the palace to seek justice together against those perpetrators that attempted this most dastardly assassination and mass murder. It was also worth noting, and will probably be where we start today, as Zolly, with the eyes of an eagle, managed to spot amongst hundreds and hundreds of proclamation goers, Cross standing in the crowd, and Ludwig and Zolly, I believe, will be the two who approach Cross, and where we will pick up today, but not before we move to our reputation and gossip phase. Okay, let's take another run at this. This will be our second gossip and reputation phase. As a reminder, everybody has a number of points, influence points, equal to their proficiency bonus. It should be 2, which should allow you to either attempt to do a number of things, and we'll review those as we go forth. So, for now, we find ourselves in the gossip phase. You may use your reputation points to do one of 2 things: to learn gossip or to start gossip. Would anybody have any interest in doing so? As a reminder, you cannot influence reputation without gossip afloat and out in the air. So, does anybody have any interest in attempting to learn or spread gossip? Yes, Holden.
I have interest in learning gossip twice.
Okay. Is there anywhere specific you would like to attempt to learn that from?
No, I think just like common gossip.
Common gossip. Common gossip. Okay. Um. Okay. Why don't you make me a? This is a social thing. So why don't we call it either? Um. Let's call it insight check. Insight is the sort of, for whatever reason, gossip gathering check I've found.
The first one was a 4.
Unfortunately, other than sort of surface level gossip, you're not going to learn much. There is a. It's. I. You roll a 4. I gotta control myself. You roll a 4. I love spreading the information, but unfortunately, roll a 4. I will say those surface level gossip that I think everybody would know is that basically the royal proclamation. It will be the hubbub of the moment. Everybody's really talking about that. The acknowledgement that there were those who escaped and those who fell on the Golden Dragon, and everybody's talking about the Golden Dragon. The other thing I will note is that the paper that you guys read, where some of your faces were plastered across it, that was a local paper. That was a local edition of the Cornbrook Chronicle. So that is not a nationwide thing.
Oh.
So chances are that has not escaped on Bear, but it might eventually. Probably will eventually. But that was a local paper for now.
And these points, they don't affect our ability to receive incoming correspondence, right?
Yeah, not at all. These are only for the reputation and gossip phases, these points. Epistolary, sending and receiving messages are purely based on your coin and the willingness and coin of the other person on the other end.
All right. So did I just spent 1 point? Can I spend another?
You certainly can. You want to try and learn something else?
Yes, please.
All right, go for it.
15.
15. Okay, let's see. What would be a big one floating around on Dare right now? Everybody's talking about the Golden Dragon. Everybody's trying to get an account of who was lost and who is still around. I think we'll stick with that. I think, true to what many of you might expect, there is a lot of anger and a lot of distrust being currently directed at House Lyrandar. You get the sense that in this moment they might require some help, and probably will be doing so from the royal court, hoping that the royal court will sort of help clear them of this incident. The common folk are sort of pointing the finger at House Lyrandar right now and are expecting someone to, speak on their behalf and do so soon.
And who was lost and who was found?
Nobody is sure as of yet. There's no official. What? What do you mean? Who was lost and who? What did I miss there?
No, I want to know. I want to know who's alive and who's not.
Oh yeah, no, nobody knows yet. I'll I'll put out there that that you know people want to know too. Everybody wants to know, but there's no grand record of who made it out and who didn't, other than the royal family themselves. And you probably get the sense that that's true also inside of the royal court, and possibly a reason for inviting people who survived to come in so we can take stock of who indeed did survive. Maybe you all will understand soon enough if you decide to visit the court.
Fair enough. Those are my points. Feel free.
Fair enough.
Uh,
Is there
Yeah,
Uh,
there's. Oh, good.
yeah. You go ahead, Zolly.
Zelly has some rumors she'd be interested in trying to learn about.
Okay. So anything specifically directed?
She'd be looking in for any rumors regarding Baron Thornblade, given that he had some prior association with Kara Yervath. Um, and also seemed a little bit out of place there. He might be a weak link for her to kind of ask after. So she's just kind of looking around for more information on him or any rumors about him or any recent talk about
Got it. So So this is more. Yeah, this is a gossip thing.
him. Hmm.
I'll allow if you want to use your. I don't want to I don't want to screw you over here because this is about gossip, and if you wanted to learn about his history, I guess this would kind of count. Sure, go ahead and make me either an insight or a history check if you're trying to learn about Baron's past and gossip
Sure.
surrounding Baron.
Yeah, I will go insight. And would I be able to apply things like guidance to these checks or any other bonuses?
Depends on the circumstances, but yeah, I'll allow guidance on this one.
Okay, cool. That's a pretty good start.
I
So
like
that's a
the
natural 20, boosted up to a 25 with guidance total.
Yeah, from your questionings and askings around, you learn quite a bit about Baron Thornblade. I'll try and add this to his information as we go here. Um, but he is from the east. He spends a lot of time in the Talanta Plains and Valinar regions, nations, I should say.
Hmm.
Um, and that is largely where he made a name for himself and might possibly be the reason for his somewhat more exotic appearance, less Ondarian, more practical for the sort of wastes and suns and deserts. So that would be sort of where he's from and where he's made a name for himself.
Hmm.
He had decent relations with the Valinar elves as a governing nation. He did a lot of work for them, and he's also been absorbed in all manner of different types of adventuring, um, including bounty hunting and monster slaying and all sorts of good stuff. The other thing I'll give you
Hmm.
is the name of he's retired. He's technically been retired. He's past his prime, so to speak. So he's sort of gone into legend at this point.
Hmm.
But his you don't, I'm going to say you don't gather their names or their information by any measure, but you do gather that the name of the adventuring party that he was a part of, which is called the Easterners.
Okay. Very Lord of the Rings. Um, Heck yeah. Questions. He said he got his name. He made a name for himself as an adventurer, and that's through bounty hunting and monster slaying. Uh, were there ever any dealings with the Dragon's Roar, like the monster slaying guild that House Thrash runs, or purely as independence on that end?
Uh, Purely independent.
Hmm.
Um, they were largely uninvolved with the war, and seemed to be reluctant to, which kind of
Hmm.
was weird, because there weren't a lot of adventurers around at that time, and that's probably what makes him unique. Is that he's like an authentic adventurers, and adventurers don't really exist as much anymore. They did before the war, but anyone who had any interest in adventure or making money through combat would find themselves part of House Deneth, probably, or
Hmm.
joining on the national military. So the adventuring tradition has kind of died out a little bit. So he's kind of that's probably why he was invited on board because he's considered kind of a dying breed, if you will.
Hmm. Got it. Okay. Heck yeah. And that's the first point. I guess the second point would be looking for rumors that might be being spread about the party ourselves. Um, is there word out about us? And if so, kind of what's the word on the streets about us?
Absolutely. Go ahead and make me, yeah, maybe an insight check to hear what the gossip is about your party.
All right. That's not nearly as good. If guidance applies, that'll be a 12.
12. It's hard to fight the suspicion. There is suspicion of that you are all, well, not you all, but at least those who had their faces on the paper were, uh, you know, because you go looking around, you're like,
Hmm.
it's actually a good question. When you say that you're looking for gossip about the party,
Hmm.
um, you, how do you mean by that? Because like some of your faces were on the paper, and those people probably be a little bit more in the spotlight. Like, what do you mean by that specifically?
I think the way that Zolly would do it is she's likely kind of heading out to some of the taverns here and there during the time afforded us, um, and spends a decent bit of time trying to keep, rather than front and center of view, rather kind of stay out of the eye and just kind of get a feel for uh, what people are talking about in like common run taverns, and maybe near like any uh, more adventurous aligned like guild halls and the like, and just kind of see if our names come up, and if so, what they come up in relation to. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, it's just kind
I
of word on the street situation.
got it. So the common man doesn't know a lot, it seems. They are, concerned to try and find out who. Some people are like, oh, I hope they find out who these uh, people are, on the front page, and people are concerned. There's a lot of information going around. There's a lot of stuff going around. Um, Without perhaps too much surprise, the person with the most, shall we say, FaceTime,
Mhm.
or at least the name that is on the word, the lips of the people a little more often, would be our wonderful Rowan DeCaneth. She
Mhm.
seems to be a subject of interest considering she was on the paper just preceding this one, and now this one, and she's the only one who's actually named and identified in the paper. Um, Now, with that said, that isn't necessarily bad.
Yeah.
Uh, um, Let me see here. If you're just looking at the common man, um, the common man, there's all number of wild rumors being spread and gossip being spread from, she's an agent of Dargoon to, she's a Syrian extremist, or, uh, a Syrian extremist, or this or that. Just wild, ridiculous gossip being spread left and right about how Rowan DeCaneth is probably dangerous.
Got it. Okay, very fun.
Didn't her reputation tag change?
You did, and that reputation tag represents your reputation in high society. So if we were to ask about what people more informed, more in society would think, that'd be very different. But since we're just consulting the everyman, they don't have that higher context.
Yeah, and I mean, House Tharash makes its money being paid by the everyman typically, so that's where Zolly's attention is mostly at the moment.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't argue with that. Yes, Elizabeth.
Uh, I would like to start a rumor.
Okay.
The rumor I would like to start is that House Jarasco, in reprisal, is considering, in reprisal to the city guard of Fairhaven, having stopped and illicitly arrested one of the healers for House Jarasco, of raising the healing fee structure here in Fairhaven, until such a time as that captain of the city guard has been sacked.
Okay. You want to spread. I just gonna repeat it back so I know what I'm saying, or so I know what we're saying. So you want to spread gossip that House Jarosco is attempting to influence influence the firing and sacking of this individual by raising healing prices in Fairhaven.
Yes.
Yikes. Okay. Make me a deception check, please and thank you.
Wow. That's a nat 20 for a 19.
And that's 20 for Jesus. Okay. We'll see how well this goes. Jesus Christ. This might create a slight upset in Fairhaven. How's Jarosco?
You forgot forgot the R.
The R.
Ludwig. There's an
Oh.
R in that word.
Count it. Fire. Rest. Sorry, I'm just writing it down so I remember. What he's saying about this. Okay. Very cool, Elizabeth. Very cool of you. Man, how does it feel to belong to Big Pharma?
Well, it's okay.
It's all right. Okay. That's a scary rumor. I'm scared. Okay. What is next? Is there anybody else who wishes to learn or spread gossip?
I can't think of any right now.
It's all right. Yes, Cross.
I want to learn learn about something.
Sure.
Regarding House Civis, specifically Jera de Civis. Any rumors about her fate?
Got it. The one that you spoke to, yeah?
Yes, the gossip columnist.
The gossip columnist, absolutely. Go ahead and roll me an insight check, see if you can learn anything.
That is 19.
19. Nobody seems to have any. I will say this. From what you're able to hear, nobody has confirmed her death, but she has certainly disappeared, and the news of the Kronberg Chronicle has informed most of the masses, as they did mention in the column, that their own employee, yes, this Jera de Civis, has indeed been caught in the blow. So as far as you can tell, there's no gossip or rumors about her survival.
Dang, I thought maybe someone would have said something. Okay. Beyond that, nah, I got nothing else.
Got it. Understood. Okay. If that is all, we are going to move to the reputation phase, where you may use your influence points to either attempt to block reputation tags coming your way, or to attempt to give someone in society a new reputation tag based on active gossip. And just to inform you on that, there is some active gossip. You guys have heard about your active gossip. Yeah, all the stuff pertaining to Golden Dragon. Does anybody want to try and influence anyone's reputations? Because as of now, there are no reputation tags coming your way.
Is it? So have I heard about the rumors about Rowan being a silent extremist?
No, because that is something that another party member. I would say that. Yeah, no, I would say that that's something that the other party member has learned. I think
Okay.
we're going to keep it that way.
Okay, got it.
I'm trying to make a decision on that. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a 1-to-1 thing. It gets a little too tactical if I just like let everybody know all the gossip that everybody else has, and then it becomes sort of like a tag team thing versus society. Okay, so unfortunately not. No. Yes, Rowan.
All right. So there are two things that I want to do,
Okay.
but and I don't mind if I have to use both points, but I want to do it a specific way. So what she wants to do is have a conversation with whomever, like the highest ranked Kenneth professor that she would have worked with at the, because she just graduated. She just got out of university with her degree. And so there's got to be a brilliant mind that knows her, that she could describe the implosion to and get some feedback as to what kinds of things. And here's what she's proposing. If the Cronenberg Chronicles, if nobody has found anything, all of that mass, it would have gone somewhere. It would have gone somewhere. Mass
Okay.
just destroyed. So
Absolutely. I'm gonna hold you off on that though, because this is the reputation
no, I
phase.
know.
Okay.
She wants to, and we can come to it later, but she wants to do it in a space where a lot of students might be like coming and going, where a private conversation could be easily overheard. And if you want to navigate this later, that's cool. I just wanted to tell you that that's specifically how I wanted to do it.
Yeah, I'll say let's navigate that later on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because what you do will influence gossip, and that's a good point. There is some gossip that I think I will. You know, I'm gonna think Zolly. What did you roll for information about the party?
Only a 12.
12. I will say this, Zolly, I'll give you this. As far as the gossip phase goes, it makes sense that I'll hand this to you a little bit. It's not so much gossip, but maybe like little whispers you're picking up. It's not like full-blown gossip or anything, but you being the ranger and particularly wise and whatnot, your comings and goings out of our wonderful Madani lawyer office, you get the sense that your party's presence there has not gone unnoticed by individuals on the passing street.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Interesting.
haven't fully explored what that means in gossip, but you will. I'll give that to you guys. I'll give that to you as part of your information.
Got it.
So as for this, Rowan, it's excellent and it's a good point. I'll say let's do the things in game and have that influence gossip for our next gossip and reputation phase.
Thank you. Then I would like to spend a point trying to influence academia concerning her reputation.
Got it. So you're just on a reputation campaign for yourself, basically.
Like, well, okay, but yeah,
Okay, and that's fine. I'm not judging by any measure.
that's her.
Just
That's her stock and trade. Like right now, that's the only thing she has to bargain with.
fair enough. Okay, so you want to go to the academics and attempt to influence your own reputation. So unfortunately, you don't have any active new reputation tags. So
That's how. Okay, then never mind. I didn't realize that. That's got it.
yeah. You can only influence reputation tags that are coming at you right now. So yeah, you can't like if there's like a set reputation, you can't like go back and try and like fix that up. You can by doing things in game that are counter to those reputations, and then that can change.
Got it.
But
Okay.
like, yeah, if there's a set reputation about you, there needs to be something that happens to influence that. For example, going and proving your innocence at the court of Ondair might take away your shady reputation tag.
She shouldn't have. What
did you get last week? What was the one that we ended up
moral?
Slipping? Which one?
Moral.
Moral. Okay.
As opposed to criminal.
Right. Yeah, we got that in there. Cool.
So, all right. Yeah. Then I apologize for not understanding, and I'm gonna have shut down.
No problem. You're totally not misunderstanding it. This is a work in progress by all measures. So I'm also learning how it works as we go a little bit here. I'm kind of building the structure of this whole thing. But yeah, we'll talk about reputation and gossip pertaining to what has happened, and then we'll play out the stuff in the coming session. Okay, I believe that will be our. Oh yes, Holden.
Yeah, I would like to push the reputation that Baron Ermandrian is disgruntled.
Have you used both of your tags though? I think you used both of your points. Yes.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So that will bring us to our epistolary phase, where Mr. Lackyard, you will be receiving a response.
Yep.
From your most. This is from. This is going to be from. I'm not gonna. You sent some of these a little more privately. Do you want it in private? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna send it to you in private, and you can decide if you want to read it to the group or not.
Please do. Thank you.
Cool. So this is coming to you on Zoom. God damn it. There we go.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Cool. Okay. Secret message. Yes, some civis, probably unmarked, runner kind of finds you and invites you to the, to the enclave, and then or the messaging station, excuse me, and then one of the members of civis would give you the message. Sweet. Sweet. Other ones are on the way, as some of you guys need time for your messages to travel. It'll take a little bit. Okay. Does anybody have messages to send?
How much does a sending cost, and how much does overland delivery cost?
Let me go grab those out. They don't do sendings specifically, but they do.
But the civis long range, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, they've got. Let's see here. They've got the courier service from House Orion, which is basically a secure means of transportation. It is very like a secure, protected transportation of packages or messages. There is the basic mail service of House Orion. There is the instantaneous messaging station of House Civis, which is, as I said, instantaneous.
Mm-hmm.
But the most secure and secretive means of transporting something is courier service through House Orion.
Okay, and what's the going rate on that?
So courier service is 1 silver per mile, and they do travel along lightning rail and so on. Mail service, standard mail service is 1 copper piece, and the instant messaging service of House Civis, which isn't secure, of course, is 2 silver per word.
Okay, and Zali would want to write a message to Magrum Torn de Tharashk, the triumvir of her section of House Throsh, which
Okay.
I assume she's likely located in the Shadow Marches, which is
Pretty
a
far.
ways away.
Let me go
That would-
find out really quick as to where we might find our wonderful individual. Could I get the name again one more time?
Yeah, it's
That's
Maagrim,
got it.
Maagrim, Torn, Torn, and then the Tharash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would know that, yeah, she is in the Shadow Marches and she is in Zorashak.
Yeah, so that's like
Far.
1,500 miles, roughly.
Yep. It also is well beyond the lightning rail.
Yeah. So would she know of any ranking Torn representatives that would be active, say, in like Sharn, relatively close where, they could handle the last leg of delivery? Or any other representatives that she would be able to report to from her house?
I don't know it. I don't. I don't know. I'm afraid, unless it's in your intrigue,
Mhm.
and that would also be a pretty big favor to be like, I don't want to pay for this. Can you travel across 3 nations to drop this off, please?
Yeah, like she send it to Drome, but that's still 1,300 miles. I think I'll just hold
You
off on
could
sending the letter for now.
you could send this. You can use this. Depending on if you have the money for the words, you could send it through Civis, and it would get there instantly.
How much does Civis cost?
2 silver a word.
Ooh, okay.
Steep, but instant.
I think she would probably use Civis in that case, and just very carefully
Perfectly
pick what she
fair.
types.
Yep. Yeah, and feel free to take a minute if you want to orchestrate your letter to be within the word count that makes you happy.
Mhm.
I have no problem circling back to a delivery. But yes, you will have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have a message to send while Zali prepping hers?
I've got one that's just here within Fairhaven.
Okay.
I just want to send Otto a message to let him know that I'm no longer a guest of the crown.
Fair enough. I will say mark off like a copper, and you find some lad on the street who will just run it down the road to the Citadel for you. Oh yeah, Ron.
Rowan has a message for Jorlana. I sent it. I gave it to you. Same thing as the last time via Sevis courier. I will do it officially, of course, but the message is in the Zoom chat.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Beautiful. If you want to send it through, I mean, you don't need. I mean, if you wanted a secure travel, yeah, it's a silver. It'd be just like a silver for the secure.
Perfect.
Yeah, sent over.
Yes.
Understood. Let me just download this then. I just want to put a general note out for individuals. I'm totally good right now, but as far as future goes, I don't usually use Word as far as stuff goes. So if anyone's ever using Word, I can read it. I just can't copy and paste off it. I don't have any of the Microsoft stuff. I just do it.
So I sent a PDF.
Yeah, you're good. I'm not saying that you've done anything. I was just talking generally because it came up earlier. Yeah, you're totally good.
That's for me. I'm the word guy.
You also sent another letter last week, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Rowan?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
You want me to resend that?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry, I'm
Absolutely.
apparently didn't keep as well track of things as I thought I did last session.
No worries, I'll get that right to you. Just give me a second to get into.
Beauty. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, does anybody else have messages?
I just I sent you the letter earlier or today, right?
Understood. Okay. Man, so much to keep track of. Okay. Ruin letter to
I'm trying to
Shauna.
find it. It's gone weird somewhere.
Yeah, no worries. I was having trouble finding it too. Solly message to Hagrid. Who else? Who else? Who else sent a message? Jerome Zolly, Holden, Seal, and okay. Thank you, Rowan.
You said it's 2 silver per word?
2 silver a word.
All right. This is 102 words.
102 words. All right.
So I can message that to you, I suppose.
Got it.
That would cost 20.4 gold.
Yep, 20 gold, 4 silver. Paul Silvis makes bank. It's pretty good for themselves. Thank you, Zolly. Man, no one wants to tell anybody all of their wonderful messages. I wonder why. We don't trust each other yet, I guess.
Not yet.
That's okay. That's okay. We
I'm
like
just
the
doing
intrigue.
what's in fashion. Everyone else is
Right.
standing in the corner not saying things.
Let's
That's
let's
fair.
try saving each other's lives once, then we'll figure it out.
That's fair. That's fair. We're not quite a team yet, and that is okay. Oh. Okay. I need to find a better system of answering all these letters, but I'm going to do that after game. Stock. Meaning 2. Okay, let me see. Oh, where did it go? There it is. Okay, Rowan, let me take a little look here. Where did it go? How do I have so many tabs open already? It's crazy.
And 20 gold for
Okay.
the equivalent of the max character Twitter post.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. You, Rowan, send this? Yeah, you send this through House Orion, and I'm gonna say like pretty soon thereafter, because it's all in the same city. You're just sending messages across the city. You receive an invitation. You receive like a very sort of cordial, official, almost a little non-specific invitation to hold audience with Baroness Drolana de Camus.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okie dokie. And I believe that will bring us to an end of our reputation, gossip, and epistolary phases, which is going to bring us to the game, the true game, where we begin. So we find ourselves in the aftermath of why is my royal palace not here? Let's see here. Yeah, this is where you guys were. So you find yourselves here at the Royal Court of Fairhold. Cross, you are in the crowd and you hear this grand speech. And sure enough, coming through the crowd, you are going to see Zolly and Ludwig looking at you, approaching you.
Gross.
I
David.
take it this ain't a chance encounter.
It was like, well, let's just say Zolly's very good at the job.
I am very good at making sure most encounters are not chance encounters, in fact.
I'm sure you've received the message from House Civis, correct?
Well, message. Just catch me up above the table real quick.
The
Legal
lawyer,
counsel.
then off of legal counsel, which you declined.
Oh, well, right. Yes, I got the message, and I figured that my answer to that message was quite clear. No.
And I respect that, but as much as as none of us may like it, we're all connected to this now. We're all, again, and she kind of looks around, and he kind of looks around and says, "I'm saying marked, basically." And
just so you know, you are like, think of like, you're in a crowd of hundreds right now. Like you're shoulder to shoulder with different people. Like you're in the middle of like a big festival to get the idea. So as you look around, there's like a person here. You're surrounded by people. Just so you know.
connected now. And when the time comes next week, as she has said, and he points up like she to the queen, and it's perhaps best if we all put on a united front.
Personally, I do not much care. Whatever you are most comfortable with, do whatever you like. But if you want to circle the wagons and discuss next moves, potential alliance, watching one's backs, then you are welcome to come with us somewhere more private, where we are not exactly being herded like cattle to the city square.
If you want to discuss something, let's go somewhere where I'm not engulfed.
Yes, and
Delightful.
we make our way out.
Fantastic.
And as we're making our way out, I'm gonna look back up at the queen. Does her clothing, does it seem to be covering up her particularly like restrictive in a way, like covering up her neck or her arms or anything like that, in a way that would potentially hide a dragon mark, perhaps?
Dragon marks can. Oh, make me. I want you. It's fine. Dragon marks can manifest anywhere on the body. So technically, yes, but the queen is not noted to be a member of a dragon marked house or have any association with a dragon marked house, as far as you know. The dress that she is wearing it's not revealing, but it's not covering up her whole body. Like you can see her shoulders, a little bit of her upper back, her arms a little bit. There's some covering of the arm. There's a little bit of skin revealed, but it's very, dare I say, demure. Very eloquent. But nothing about it looks intentional. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Uh, so we're in the middle of a crowded square. I'd assume there's at least an alley or something else we could duck down. Somewhere there's a little bit of insulation from just our voices passing out into open air and being immediately observed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Zali will duck down into an alleyway. Definitely not shady at all. A little bit shady.
Yep. No one will mind.
Hmm. Right, so some of us have loitered up. Again, it is fine that you have not. But Rowan and the rest have been talking circles about being a new dragon marked house and all of this and that. Again, not really my concern. My main worry is we have all been marked by some mystical force that might be a new dragon mark, might be something intentional. I, for one, want to figure out what the fuck is going on. I assume you agree?
I have been choosing to set aside the matter of the mark for now. I have responsibilities. I have a
Yes,
job
you
to
are
do here.
a delegate, a diplomat, I understand.
Let me finish. I intended to handle this back in Nusar. I... It's my understanding that those with... Actually, to be fair, would I know this, that those with dragon marks can't have, like, national allegiances?
Make me a history check.
I'm not good at this.
Oh, man.
That's an 8.
8. Yeah. Sure, you know.
Okay.
It's not big news.
Yeah. It's my understanding that those with dragon marks can't have ties and allegiances to leaders of nations. And that places me in something of a predicament.
He's a delegate, I imagine that does put you in something of what's the thing they have here, a pickle?
I wouldn't know.
Hmm.
Look, if... As far as legal representation goes, if it's just for matters of defending ourselves from criminal prosecution, I'll continue to decline. I'm trying to get on Her Majesty's good side, and walking into court as a force of nature with a solicitor in front of me sounds kind of, well, optically, I imagine that comes across as if I'm being extremely defensive and not particularly cooperative.
Well, if you're adding yourself to the menagerie, yes, I am aware. Again, my main concern is more on the conspiracy. And if your goal is to get back in the Majesty's good graces, then I think it'll be a very profitable way to do it, is figuring out what the fuck is actually going on. Agreed? She did just give a whole speech about it.
Attack on once, attack on all.
Well, finding answers does not necessitate me linking up with the 5 of you, so...
It does not. What they'll do to make things easier.
You mentioned earlier some talk of starting up a new house. What's that about?
So far there have been anagrams and a cat with people face. I wasn't paying over much attention, but it seems to be more of a political move, you know, whether that's protective or furthering station. It might be something that pans out well in the long run. I am in a similar boat to you, I think, in that we both have loyalties that are not exactly wavering simply because we got the shiny new little bumper sticker. Yes.
Yes. My my political position is in limbo at the moment, and I don't want to appear as if I've made any strong commitments one way or another. It's too early days.
Well, in light of that, my interest is learning what your motives and desires would be. Because unfortunately, regardless of our extent loyalties and who we all serve respectively, uh, we do share something of a similar branding sign now. And I think anything we do is going to reflect on each other, like it or not, right?
Mm.
And I think the best way to avoid catastrophe in that sense of just screwing up everyone's intentions and machinations and careful little plans and whatever little ticking pieces and parts you have is having some idea of what the hells we all actually want. So
I
I'm not here about your lawyers. I'm here about, having a nice little sit down. Apologies, Ludwig. Go on.
I sympathize with you. I sympathize with your position, Mr. Cross. Mr. Cross. I am also a foreigner to these lands. I have people back home I'm supposed to be connected to, but now all of this is completely thrown. It's completely out the window into the river, and because of all that, I believe it is important for us all to come, talk, and be together for the time being to figure out what to do next and what even happened properly.
I'll tell you what. I'll meet up with the rest of the marked and your lawyer, and I'll make my decision then based on how that conversation goes. Is that satisfactory?
No,
Of course.
plenty.
It will save me having to find you again. I normally charge for Toofers.
I'm sorry, where are they? Am I here where they are?
No, these guys are out and about. You guys, the rest of you, I believe, held up in the Madani office.
Yeah, we're on the city square.
Which I believe will wrap it up, as it sounds like Ludwig and Zolly have convinced Cross, the Warforged of Hard to Get, and brought them into the fold, at least for the time being. At least to see if the waters are right. What's going on back at the Madani office? I shouldn't really say the Madani office. What's going on back at the Advocates of the Chalice office? For the rest of you, where I believe you all sit. Rowan, Liz, Holden, and that's it.
Well, for Liz's part, she intends to give her interview debrief.
Absolutely. Do you allow the detect thoughts?
Oh, absolutely.
Sweet. That's all she really requires. She requires either a detect thoughts or an interview, one or the other. So, as it sounds like, Rowan and Elizabeth, you definitely go in, and Holden as well. All go in for the detect thoughts. It's a very simple and quick matter. And perhaps wait for Zolly and Ludwig to potentially return successful with your sixth member of this new cabal that is forming. Is there anything that you three want to do in the meantime, or do you just want to wait till they get back, just hang out, drink shitty coffee?
Yeah, no. I think for me, I'm just drinking shitty coffee and trying to
Spreading gossip.
trying to comply as best as possible with, the advice of the council to get us through this.
Absolutely. They're working away. You see, indeed, there are two Madanis in there, and yeah, they're working away. They get your detect thoughts in, and then they kind of, um, I will repost her handout in Roll20 here because she's just so nice to look at.
She's yeah.
Marina will continue to work hard with her clerics and fellow Madanis and continue to work away for you guys. Yes, Rowan.
Just because this was you were asking and this was suggested, and I'll yes and it. Rowan would ask, since they're in essentially a little law library, if somebody could get her all of the information on houses, forming houses. What was the last house that was formed? What's the procedure of forming of a house? What are the benefits and not benefits of forming a house? She can do that research while they're, I mean, she's smart, so.
One of the clerics will say, yes, let me go speak to Marina about it. And Marina she'll come back and basically say, Marina's gonna attempt, I think Marina comes and speaks to you, Rowan, and says, yes, I'm happy to get that organized for you, but I'm out of curiosity, is this something that you do need? I do have a limited number of employees here. Is this something that I want to help in any way possible, but that is a little bit of a big task.
I'll do the research myself. I'll do the reading myself. Show me where the books are. I'll pull them myself.
We don't have any.
Both of your things.
We have a lot of legal books here. I could give you a book that tells you about the Korth Edicts, if that's to your interest, but I don't have history books.
I'll start there then.
Okay. She'll go to her desk, close the open copy on her desk, and hand it to you. And she'll say, you could borrow mine for a little bit.
She'll just grab some paper and start taking notes on anything concerning the making of houses or house law, since
got it.
Got some time.
I'll tell you. Oh shit! It's it, Dad. I'll tell you what. While you're waiting for Cross and Ludwig and possibly anyway, while you're waiting for the others to get back, why don't you roll me a history check to comb through the book and see what you can learn of the Korth Edicts.
Not great. It's 10.
10? Okay. Let's see here.
Shouldn't have much time. That makes sense.
Oh man, where's my freaking Korth Edicts? You essentially learn the basics, or at least review the basics. You've never actually looked in a legal book before regarding them. You've been told them. Very how the world works, which is essentially that no member of a dragon-marked house may legally own land, hold a noble title, or maintain any sort of military force, to the exception of House Daneth within the lands of the Five Nations. And that's it. It goes into legal rhetoric about the specifics of that and what all those terms mean. But basically you just kind of give yourself a little review. Yes, Holden?
Yeah. I guess while we're here in the office, if we're waiting, so my underlying motivation is that I want to be seen as being here during this time. I'm not somewhere else. I'm right here. Everybody can attest to it. But I will want to make contact with as many essentially NPCs, right? As many people here as possible, administrative people, and just kind of like when you're stuck in a hospital waiting, in like a weird hallway or whatever, and like you start talking to the nurses or the receptionist at the desk or whatever, just
Yeah.
kind of that sort of thing. Like, did you notice that the toilet paper here isn't great? Like, you could have better toilet paper. Like the even the paper towels don't get my hands completely dry. Like, why do I need four paper towels to get my hands dry?
Absolutely. So you just want to go to like the tavern on the block and be like, oh yeah, I'm down at the Madani office, or like or whatever. Just
Oh,
kind of.
I even meant in the Madani office. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like inside of the lawyer's office. Gotcha. Yeah, you're like around the water cool, like around the little water thing in the office. You're just like, oh yeah, like how and talking
Right.
people up.
Why are these cups so small? Who drinks
establishing
this
an
much
alibi.
water?
Yeah, sure. You when the legal clerics take a minute to like get a little glass of water, you're just kind of chatting up people in the office, making your appearance known and documented. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
And can I find any, like, I guess sort of aggressively, passively find any sort of inns there, any connection with anybody in that office?
Connections?
Yeah, I mean, anybody that there are people that are just gonna blow me off in general, but maybe somebody smirks or smiles a little bit or finds me amusing or charming.
Ooh. Okay, well, why don't you make me a persuasion check? Let's see how charming you really are.
I am 23 charming.
Pretty damn charming. Um, yeah, I will say that some of the legal clerics like get distracted by you. As you're like kind of chatting them up. They're just like interested in you. You're a charismatic, interesting individual. Maybe there's like at one point where Marina comes out and she's like, "Hey, the hell is going on?" And they're like, "Oh, sorry, Miss Madani, Mr. Madani," and they all go back to work. And she gives you like a wry smile where it's like, "I can't be mad at you," because you're so charismatic. I'll tell you what, I'll give you rolled well enough. I'll give you a something here. Um, hmm, give me a moment. Because I think I'll say that you get in touch with, somebody here. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Ugh, stupid. Hang on. You talk with one of the Madani, like dragon marked individuals who are like doing their like little Madani things here and there. And yeah, you get to talking with a Anna de Madani, and kind of chat her up. And you might catch a little blush in her cheeks when you say something here or there. Yeah, you make friends with her. Um,
Nice.
so you kind of get in touch with her, and she would tell you, "Oh man, this game is so much work." Let's.
Game is a lot of work.
Thank you. We
she
love
would-
you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I love it. She would tell you that she is from the Finder. Oh, no, that is what Zali does. She is from the.
Wisdom
Oh.
skill.
Hang on a second. Sorry. The Warning Guild. She'd say, "Oh, I'm from the Warning Guild."
Warning.
Yeah, You haven't heard of the Warning Guild?
No, I don't. What do people need warned about? I don't.
Well, we're House Madani's sort of like foremost guild. We work in anti-espionage and counterintelligence.
Oh my.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a sensitive case, so, Lady Marina.
Our case is sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, you're I mean, you've probably seen your face on the paper.
Oh, I think that was just a bit of miscommunication, probably.
I'm sure it is, Mr. Lackyard, but all the same, Marina thought it would be prudent to have a couple of us keep an eye on everything and make sure that people don't really know that you're here, and more so to, keep an eye out around Fairhaven and see if we can learn.
Well, fair enough. The Warning Guild, that's very impressive. I've never met anybody from the Warning Guild before. That seems like a fairly useful contact to have.
Well, we do a lot of work with we do a lot of bodyguard, sentry, inquisitive work. Yeah, we're very popular with the nobles. They like their privacy and not getting peeked in on. So here we are.
Oh, yes, I suppose they do. Well, we're getting a little bit of a stink eye from, uh, you know, my lawyer, your boss right now. So I appreciate
Oh, right.
I appreciate the time. Maybe we'll be in contact again soon.
That would be that'd be nice. And she'll just kind of smile at you and wander back over to her desk, and the other Madani worker will kind of like look at Anna and just kind of like give her a little stink eye, and she'll kind of like shrug and be like, maybe got a little distracted there. I think Anna deserves a handout. I get a feeling she's going to become important.
Yeah.
These Madanis are a surprising hit. I just gotta grab her. Yeah, I'll work on that while we continue. But anyway, okay. At this point, the door opens, and we're gonna see Ludwig, Zolly, and thank the gods, Cross seems to have been convinced to come to the office.
Good day. I hope we have not missed too much.
Lovely to be back. Him taking off his medical mask.
The
As
surgery was a success.
Because, if thankfully, thank you, nurse. And I speak to the others. Any updates? No, nothing so far.
That
Well-
bodes well.
Are you
Well,
talking to?
I was asking the other guys. So if there were any updates, and they said no. Apparently, have you all talking to our good friend Marine?
More importantly, what did the proclamation have to say? You were there.
All right. She's supposed to. Well, she says that this was supposed to meet in about a week's time.
Also,
And then
that the Queen is
dear.
very angry and plans to hunt down and track down all who perpetrate such a terrible crime upon her soil and her person.
I thought that was obvious, but no, but that too.
Worth going over. How's the coffee, by the way, Holden?
You're still drinking it, apparently.
So Rowan,
Not for a good sign.
will look at Zali and say, he's doing something. Anyway, the coffee's actually it's pretty good, It's pretty good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's give it a shot. Like it's good.
You know, I always find whenever coffee smells like sandpaper, that's supposed to be a good sign, they always tell me.
We
Similar compound. No, I can see with it's the chemistry. No, it makes sense.
It's the woody aroma, really. That way you know it's natural.
I find the coffee here magnificent.
Rowan will look at Cross and say, to the best of your ability, Do you remember what was said?
Let's see. Well, she was very pleased that the city gathered to hear her proclamation, something along the lines of warming her heart. She explained there was an attempt on her life and the life of her family, and that she would treat it as an attack on Ondair itself. She feels great anger in her heart, and she wishes to find the terrorists who attacked the Golden Dragon and bring them to justice. She is summoning all who survived to the royal court to meet and discuss within the week what transpired and presumably future moves. That about summarizes.
The rest was mostly kissing hands and shaking babies.
How is that framed?
The babies or the...
No, now she was saying that we were to come to her, right? Yeah?
It was
How
summoning
is that
all
framed?
survivors, so, I mean, while it does include us, there may be others. It did not strike me as hostile. It seemed more a heartfelt invitation to collaborate in finding those who, strictly speaking, tried to kill us as well.
That's what I wanted to check. I was checking that temperature.
And Cross.
Thank you.
You've passed on to our friends, our Madani friends here, that we've all in this group undergone a zone of truth questioning.
Is this in regards to...
To our involvement.
I haven't spoken to the Madani at all. Do you mean the investigator from before?
He's Master?
No, I did specifically mean the Madani. Maybe you should mention that to him.
I am actually confused about the table because I haven't spoken to Madani once yet.
Yeah. No, he's suggesting that you mentioned to the Madani
Oh, okay.
that we've had that conversation.
Look, I'm here because I'm curious to see what exactly you all want from me and what your plans are. I haven't made any promises of my full heartfelt cooperation, and I'm sort of hoping that you'll actually tell me what the hell you want, besides me to tell Madani what I've done.
And I agree, we should have a nice sit down over some delightfully textured coffee. It's so chewable. And actually see about what our goals are, because before we get on matching outfits and talk about house names and, you know, swear forever allegiance to each other, I'd rather know what we're actually after. And all of you have been very mum about this.
Now, I thought that the first thing that needed to be done was to make sure that we weren't going to be wanted in the streets. Yeah.
Well, they have been let out of prison, so I think we've covered that. Excellent call with the Medani lawyers. It was Ludwig's move, yes?
I have to be honest, I don't have a number of plans outside of meeting my requirements with the Queen and moving on from this Inquisition.
Not the one?
Well,
Oh, mysterious, Mr. Holden.
I would like to
re-extend my the invitation to be at Cannock Manor. Y'all can stay as long as you like.
To be fair, as someone who's not from a Dragonmark house, I am curious to see the man.
I admittedly just spent half my money sending the equivalent of 2 paragraphs, so I will take you up on that and torture your relatives.
I don't know what's going on, right? Like, we don't know what's going on, right?
Not even a little.
But this is relevant.
It's important, I would say, even.
It's not accidental, right?
Well,
Like, we agree this is not.
Depends on if you believe in coincidence and accidents.
I do not. I think there's meaning in everything. We might not always recognize it, but I think there are reasons that the six of us have these marks. I don't know that that's something that we need to explore prior to clearing our names. Shall we?
We don't have anything that we need to clear our names of.
Well, right. Correct. I agree. Shall we not just make our way through the audience with the Queen? I'm sorry. I'm probably a little out of turn. This is not something that's comfortable for me. I'm not meant to be a member of high society. I tend to drink my beers in taverns and mingle with the local women. So, appearing in front of a queen is a little overwhelming for me. I would like to get that over with as quickly as possible and to move beyond it. Until then, I'm a little preoccupied.
Well, that is in about a week, because I believe that runs on the Queen's schedule, doesn't it?
Yep.
Now, I would recommend that we talk to the lawyer and have her contact the Queen. Yeah. And let her know when we're going to talk to her so that it's not just out in the air. Right? If it's going to be 3 days, if it's going to be 5 days, if it's going to be 6 days, however many days we take our days. But out of courtesy, let us let the Queen know how many days we're going to take. That's respectful.
I strongly believe if she made an open-ended, and it sounds to me, and Liz will pause and look at Ludwig, Cross, and Zale, it sounded like she made an open call for any and all survivors to present themselves at court.
Correct.
We should do that expeditiously.
Oh,
Perhaps.
now that sounds fantastic.
I agree.
I
Might be
like
better.
your thinking.
I agree.
I think it might be better sooner than later.
And if we want to understand what the nature of this is, perhaps it would be good to insinuate someone at least tangentially into that court until things peter themselves out, so we can see if there were indeed any other survivors and if there were any other marked. Because I don't know enough about dragon marks in general. We do know historically that they have spontaneously appeared. and that they were tied with some level of prophecy of some kind. Perhaps it's not that hokum isn't my area of expertise. I don't put a lot of truck in prophecy because it tends to be not evidence based.
You could be surprised. I've seen some soothsayers, as it were, that will frankly knock your socks off with some rather accurate predictions.
Finger guns and winks. I like where Liz is going. I think we ought to meet with the Queen as quickly as possible to be through proceedings. And I think that one of our foremost areas of interest ought to be who else survived and who else has these marks.
Question. What if it turns out that even among the other survivors, we are the only marked present?
I'm not entirely sure.
That's room for separate causal discussion. If indeed of the survivors we're the only marked, it begs it. There are a number of questions that are adjacent to that. First, it looks like a dragon mark. It behaves like a dragon mark. But I think we would want to do some due diligence to ascertain, is it truly a dragon mark?
And how would we determine that? By testing it?
I'm certain that a protocol can be put together, or perhaps there is already a protocol in existence, because these houses have not arisen contemporaneously. They've risen across time. So I'm certain that when new one showed up, there was a process of vetting it versus, somebody attempting some charlatan game. So that's separate from once we get a meeting with the Queen and ascertain whether or not we are the only survivors. Were there others? Were those others marked? What that particular cascade of events are.
I mean, there is saying that looks like a duck, talks like a duck, is probably a duck. Yeah.
And calling that we call it. It's if it looks like a cow, sounds like a cow, it's actually a cow. Especially if it milks like a cow.
If you're wondering about if you're written over the legitimacy of this mark on our faces, I don't think it quite matters. If someone looks at you and says, that's a dragon mark, they're going to treat you like you have a dragon mark.
I understand that. However, there are going to be, and I would assume, and we could ask here, that people have faked them in the past because there is a degree of wealth and influence associated with these houses for access, for whatever reason. And
I'd argue the circumstances surrounding manifesting these marks means this would be an incredibly elaborate scheme on our part to fake
I
them.
don't think that it was. I don't believe. I don't know any of you well enough, but it's my presumption that it's not a scheme on any of our parts. We may be victims of some other party's scheme.
That creates a question I've been thinking about. Well, actually, two. Was one was us getting these marks the reason behind the attack? I'm not convinced, but it's worth exploring.
And that is contingent upon finding out were there additional survivors and were those survivors marked. Everything is contingent on those two questions.
At this point, you're going to see Marina come out of her office and see you all, and she goes, oh, good, all of you. And Mr. Cross, welcome. Good to see you. If everyone would be, please step into my office. She'll direct you all to the meeting chambers. And she'll take a moment with you, Cross, really quick. She'll say, Mr. Cross, if you don't mind my asking, have you decided to accept my legal counsel? Or I might just simply ask why you have decided to come today.
I was hoping, well, they asked me to come for one, and look, I can understand the wisdom in seeking legal representation, given what transpired with the paper, but to my knowledge, I'm free to go. I have nothing to defend myself from at this point, so I'm more curious than anything why the others still feel you're necessary.
Well, you're... I appreciate your bluntness and fairness. Though indeed there are individuals amongst you who are in a little bit more steep water than others. I do think regarding, the appearance of your mark might be worthy of legal counsel. I mean, you're still in association with all of this stuff to do with the Court of Ondair. They're going to want to summon you. It might be good to have a lawyer at your side to make sure that there's no missteps or miscarriages of the law. I know that some members of your, shall we call it, party are concerned that there's been missteps in the law and so on and so forth. If you don't feel like you require my legal counsel, you're of course free to go, and if you wish to stay, then you're more than welcome to stay. Whatever suits you best.
There may be a matter I'd like at least your professional opinion on, but I'm in a bind because there was mention of starting a dragon-marked house of some kind, and questions of whether or not this is truly a dragon mark at all. But all of that puts my present and future into question.
Of course.
So the others have explained very little of what they actually want to do going forward beyond going to be with the Queen at all, but any plans for us as a collective, I'm still in the dark on, and I'd like to know what those are before I agree to any of it.
Fair enough. Well, my services are come for free, for one, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah.
You've all found yourself in a very precarious situation, and I expect that it'll be hard for the Court of Ondair to hold any weight against you regarding the fact that there's no evidence that you are actually any of you involved, and just think of me as a precautionary method, and I would like to do everything I can to help steer your group in a direction you find favorable, or at least give advice in how to travel in that direction. I just want to help however I can.
Well, let's start with sitting in on this next discussion.
A great place to start. And she'll just kind of gesture for the meeting room where the rest of your
Yeah.
fellows sit. And she'll follow along within, and she'll take a seat, and nowhere in particular, not at the head, not at the back, nothing like that. And yeah, she will. Yeah, she'll talk to you all and say, "So, I received word about the royal proclamation, and it sounds like just by what little I overheard, you have as well. I wanted to consult you all on what you feel is the best next steps towards dealing with the current situation, and how I can help in that regard. She said within the week, are there plans about whether you wish to go ahead right now or go ahead later and speak to the queen?
The consensus seems to be as soon as possible.
Yes, perhaps not today, but sooner
Oh,
rather than later.
If we
would
can
be
make
fine.
it today,
Today would
today
be
would be
fine.
fantastic.
We would
I'm
love to.
hearing-
We could be walking there now.
We should. I think that.
All right,
No.
all right, all right.
I'm already out the
let's let-
door.
We should
Wait.
listen to our legal.
Okay.
Hold
I
on, get back
hear-
in here. And I pull Holden
Okay,
back in.
okay, I got it today. I understand today. All right, very excited group. I love to hear it.
I would have said tomorrow morning, but apparently today I'm outvoted.
Or morning. Fantastic. Early as possible. I don't think it is the worst thing either, and I'd be happy to go there with you if that is what you'd all prefer, just to as a precautionary measure. I
Because
before-
of the marks, I think it's the course of wisdom.
I see. I of course am not a expert in the political field. If you felt you needed to consult a expert in that field beforehand, it would certainly go under recommendation. It's always good to be best prepared, but not a necessity by any measure of means.
Would you have anybody in mind?
Like I said in our last meeting, I am probably less connected than the rest of you. You all have. Oh. Yes, Mr. Kenneth? Lady DeKenneth, as that is what we're called.
I have that connection. I can have us there in half an hour.
Okay.
But a few of you have been very adamant to not be involved with my house. And I'm not trying to force anything down anyone's throat. I'm just saying that I have an invitation to see Jorlana, our Decanath, our Baroness. She
Is that someone that we
Just
should see before the
politics.
proceeding?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Is that someone that we ought to see before the proceeding?
If we want to understand the politics. Jorlana, she knows the politics.
If I might ask a
Alchemist.
question,
For what it's
go ahead.
worth. She looks at Cross and she goes, Jorlana's an alchemist. If it matters.
It doesn't. And if I may just say, you're all very much leaping at the chance to speak with the Queen, and all power to the five of you, but why am I here?
I am not leaping. I'm simply trying to save us 2 hours of roundabout discussion.
Well, I need
which is
to.
what I would be more than happy to help provide.
I need some discussion. Look, I
Personally,
need to know
I
why I should be
the
coming
rush
along with you.
is foolish, actually, but uh, I would not have the patience to talk to a brick wall about it. So, if people want it to be fast, it will be fast. Um, the way I see it is if we go and meet with the Queen one way or the other, it is an opportunity to gain information, to understand what is happening, who this happened to, potentially why, as a slim chance, but mostly the who and how, right? I would like you there because you are marked like us, and maybe you're the only other one marked like us. There could be more, but we do not know yet. If it turns out that we are the only ones with our little new tattoo, um, I think that somewhat lumps us in together, regardless of whether or not we want it to. That is still a maybe. I understand.
There's
Now,
no, by all means, go right ahead.
if our goal is to visit the Queen in order to understand who else this may have happened to and who also arrived, which the Queen is discovering based on survivors coming forward to meet with her, why do we want to be the first ones in the door?
That's
If I may put something forth, I believe that this is a question to perhaps inform upon that. Did you currently have any designs still upon the formation of a house?
That remains to be seen. We have to understand ultimately if we are the only marked, or if there were other survivors who also were marked.
Fair enough. Then perhaps in the interest of education, to understand if it is the correct path for you, it might very well suit to be one of the first people there. If other barons or patriarchs or matriarchs of the other houses intend to show up to either show condolences or make themselves known in anger for what had happened, it might do to be the first one there and see who comes through the door. It could be to your benefit if you wish to form a Dragonmarked house to have a founding house support you. It might be good to see who might be interested and try and let yourself be known. Just as a recommendation, might be good to be the first one there and sees who comes to the door, possibly.
And let me address Mr. Cross's question at the forefront. This newly appearing mark has done several things that are very unusual.
Until now, thought impossible.
There are 3 members who already were dragon marked, and now we are doubly so. To the best of my knowledge, there has never been a traditionally dragon marked Warforged. And that is going to make your situation unique in that way.
That is precisely why I'm so hesitant.
If I may.
If you are with people who have some political clout, and on behalf of House Jarosco, I'm willing to extend whatever influence I may to make sure that you are not segregated.
If I might, as your legal counsel, it's my job to be upfront about my recommendations, even if they may possibly seem insensitive. Respectfully, being a Warforged, you were created by House Cannith. They might be able to provide some personal insight into your forming of the mark. It might lead to some possible interesting insights.
So like it's not flickering in across his eye, and almost like a breath of mist ekes out.
Says, and of course, you can always do that under the supervision of loyally and trusted and hired bodyguards from perhaps a dragon marked house you trust more. Ladani could be included in that.
No one in House Kenneth would do him any harm.
Well,
Well, more
agree.
importantly, if you are presenting yourself with the rest of us, a singular accident is 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 more easy to arrange than it is by a factor of 6. And I have no problems making it known that, if you have concerns about House Cannith, I am willing to extend the purview of House Jarosco. I don't think anybody is going to willingly alienate the House of Healers, even though we're in a post-war but not post-conflict space. So I think that there is an advantage to you, and honestly to all of us, if we act as a block.
I couldn't agree more. I think my job is to help you through the current Golden Dragon scenario, in which case I might agree with certain individuals here that it's not an issue that requires much more to be resolved. I don't think that there's any evidence against you, and from what I've seen, there isn't going to be any evidence against you at the end of the day, in large, and that will be cleared up relatively easy. My concern is more pointed towards Liz and Zolly for other events that occurred on that night, but I think the theater and drama of the creation of a new house might be more important to Ondair than the actual deeds themselves. It might suit you. I think it might suit Ondair to have such allies in their back pocket and let those things go.
So you were
So-
saying part of the appeal is in the pageantry. It is
Not so much pageantry, but there's no denying the potency of the dragon marked houses and their dragon marks. If you all are the new dragon marked house and you have this unique mark, it would serve Ondair to get on good with you early on. I can't speak for certain. Again, I'm no politician, but and that's certainly not legal counsel more than anything. But it is a suggestion.
Or in that case, as far as I understand it, in terms of Piros's question of why you should come with us, if our goal seems to be to go first, and it becomes part of establishing a narrative, then you coming along with us will let you help control that narrative, yes?
That, if I might be blunt, I already hide my face almost all the time as it is, so I'm used to living in a way where my identity is in somewhat flux. I I need a good reason why I shouldn't walk out of here, hide my face forevermore, and pretend the mark don't exist, and go and continue my work as a diplomat in New Syria. Speaking of, how does my, if I embrace this mark and start a house with these people, what happens to my affiliation with New Syria and Prince Orgev? Am I just out of a job? Does my, that's part of my life go kaput?
As far as I've known, during the formation of Dragonmarked houses, influence has only ever grown. I I don't. I again, I'm no politician. I am legal counsel, but if I had to guess, I don't think it would serve your your king, your prince, to cut ties with you now that you're more skilled as a dragon marked individual.
It's my understanding that those who are in a house can't have national allegiances. If we were to form a
Well,
house, would
yes,
that?
you cannot say own land as part of the nation. You cannot maintain a standing army. Do you plan to buy property anytime soon?
I haven't given it much thought.
And let us be specific. We're not talking about buying anything from a hovel to a mansion. A fiefdom of property.
Liz, Lady Jurasco is correct. You're allowed to own property. You're not allowed to lord over property.
Do you plan
Specifics
to be a knight or recruit an army?
I mean, all of that might have been within my purview in the future as a diplomat, maybe, but
Well, I do not think this is
I
being a
I
diplomat.
I need some convincing that this is a.
Okay.
I had a plan. I had a path that I was willing to follow, but now,
You're looking for help for Nusiri in Brayland, is that correct?
yes,
Let,
I'm looking to
let,
make
let me ask you a question, Zali.
Hmm?
With the skills that are in your purview, can you find a dragon mark?
Directly or in terms
If
of
you wanted to find one of these marks, assuming that they are reasonably unique, and if I were to put on enough pancake to, make my face as black as tar, would you be able to find it? You couldn't find it visually, but could you find it by means of talent, divine or otherwise?
there are people with my mark that could.
And there is the answer to your question, Cross. You aren't going to be able to hide it. Someone is going to look, either out of curiosity or if there is a deeper plot afoot, if this is not coincidence but design, then whoever's design is going to come looking. I, for one, want you to have as much freedom and liberty as can be had. If there is a greater design and you are a singular individual traveling as a diplomat to foreign lands, that's going to put you in jeopardy. not to be pessimistic, but based on what I understand about what folks were willing to do during the last war, that's not outside the realm of.
And I acknowledge the truth in what you say, but I'm still weighing whether it's worth some offense meant to y'all. But I'm
No, I
of the
understand.
understanding that at least two individuals here who somehow managed to commit some kind of crime while we were already.
I thought you were an arc.
Yo, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I got stopped by a member of the guard. They had no cause to do so. I bullied the lot of them to let me return so I wouldn't end up being disappeared. I let a ranking member of my house know where I was going to be. In the process of doing that, I put several of them into a state of unconsciousness.
I'll tell you what I
Just
did
face
later.
farms.
I think, blah, 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 whatever her name is, Marina will say, just as a legal side note, for you, Lady de Jurasco, out past lockdown is at least grounds for questioning, and just so you know, they were under in every
They
grounds
weren't asking any questions. They were demanding performance.
performance. What do you
Come
mean by
with us or else. There's not a question there.
Okay.
Details aside,
Gross. What are you searching for here and on there? Specifically for Nosiri.
I was trying to. New Seer needs a homeland. It needs. We're one town in the middle of Brayland. It's not exactly the best place to start reviving a nation put to the brink of extinction. And at the Golden Dragon, I had made some beginning inroads in perhaps getting the Queen to offer some help. She even did offer to speak with Prince Orgev.
Well, I have an offer then for you. Tell me if it interests you. Have you ever considered looking west rather than north?
No, your point?
Well, if you're looking to carve out a place of your own from Brayland, Drome already did that. And it is quite good at harboring all sorts of people from all sorts of places.
With the absolute deepest respect for the conversation at hand, I think we have lost the point
Of course.
what we all
Questions for
joined
me.
here to converse about. We've been talking here for quite a while now. I would like to ask what you would all like to do today, because I do have a lot of work to do, and so do my clerks. We're waiting on a decision here. So would we like to go to... Mr. Cross, you are free to do, of course, whatever you please, and I think that's been made clear. If I might make a recommendation, it doesn't harm you in any way to come to the palace and see where things go, and might even aid you to speak to the royal family and give you a door open to say hello again. But you're all free to do whatever you wish, but the larger group as a mass, what would you like to do today? Because we've been here for quite a while. Would you like to go to the palace? Would you like to go to the Kenneth Enclave?
I'll speak first. I'm ready to prepare. I'm fully prepared to speak, perhaps with Kenneth Enclave, and speak with Rowan's contact there to to understand the situation before we go to the palace. And if the possibilities of forming our own house, that might be a real possibility. But before we make that decision, perhaps after meeting with the Queen and
It's
getting
a
all the
very-
information.
It is a very large decision to make a house, and it's not one that happens overnight. It's not something that's going to happen and be done with today. Regardless, just purely from a legal standpoint, it will take quite a while to make that happen. But at the very least, it would be good to get political knowledge, and then perhaps finally get your names cleared, and it's a good place to start. It's a good place to start. So it sounds like you all want to go to the Counth Enclave, and when you're done there, I can come with if you wish, but that is obviously also not my area of expertise. But as your lawyer, I'd be more than happy to attend.
I would like, personally, I would like you to attend, Lady Marina.
Very well, then I'm more than happy to do so.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's pack up and let's go, as Lady DeCaneth has an invitation for us. Wonderful. And she will go to pack up her bag, and as we go to our break, when we come back, we will go marching down the streets of Fairhaven to go say hello to House Kenneth.
There we go.
Heck yeah.
Sorry if I'm being, if I see that I'm being really uncooperative. There is a reason why.
No, I get it.
Oh, I'm sure there's a why. It's just that you don't need to
Zelly-
go inside.
Yeah.
Zolly has an angle to work towards with Cross, but it's gonna take a while to get there because this party talks circles a lot at the moment, which is fine.
Yeah.
You know.
Which is also why I wanted to point you guys towards like political counsel, because especially someone who's like higher ranking, because they could be like, okay, come on guys, what do we
I like the idea. I think it's more realistic that there are people who have reservations. I don't think that, you know, it's always kind of one of the uncomfortable parts of the beginning of a campaign for me when everybody's like, yeah, let's all be best friends. And you're like, well, that was really quick and
Yeah.
weird.
Oh yeah. Zolly has plenty of reservations, but also wants to know what the heck people actually want here.
And also in this particular game, because, you know, in other campaigns, there is a level of like, okay, like, I'm going to go be best friends with these people. It doesn't perfectly line up with what I would do, but we're going to make it happen. This isn't that game. This is the game where, like, clearly there's good natural elements that will gravitate you all together, which are intentionally there. But you're all more than welcome to have your doubts and play into those correctly.
I think it's ultimately that Cross isn't like just having the mark does not satisfy Cross's like criteria for camaraderie. It's like, okay, yeah, we've all been mystically like marked, but I don't think that is enough to warrant suddenly like
No,
unity.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Above the table, Zolly's intentions are basically to try and like sweeten the pot of, hey, if the Ondair deal falls through, I can try and get an in with you for Drome and Greywall, because there's a Thrash quarter there, and Drome already split off from Braylon, so it would theoretically be safe territory with the right deals made for Syrian refugees to secede from Braylon too.
Safe. Rome
Safe.
is very not
Safe.
what we would call safe.
by Zolly standards, you know, they're front stabbers.
From the standards of the badass, super perceptive anxiety ranger who has their eyes on everything at all times.
It's also
Safe-
kind of
yeah.
Cross has, Cross has been given an Cross is following like a directive, like an
Yeah, yeah,
order, as a Warforged. Great, love
Love
clear,
our directives.
concise, love directives and orders. And suddenly it's like here's like just this incredible, like out of left field complication where now it's like
It is a wrench in the works for sure.
Can I even follow this order? Do I have to follow the order now?
Yeah, so Zolly's kind of trying to to at least
Yeah.
offer the presence of alternate routes to that. Because also Zolly's not a diplomat.
Yeah.
Having an actual diplomat in the room while we're doing diplomacy shit is going to be really useful to her
Yeah,
goals.
yeah, you think.
Um,
Ross is kind of like he's looking for a. It's not so much like he's looking for a good reason that you're all worth the trouble,
mhm.
and he's very like they. So, like as like subclass, they're order domain. They like things to be ordered,
Mhm.
and right now it's very chaotic. It does not like it.
Yeah, and that's why Zolly's mostly trying not
Yeah.
to appeal to like, oh, you'll be safe with us, and more, oh, here are ways you can get some of what you're going for with us.
I
Is this?
can't.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from, Nath. Um, Ludwig is very much a soldier. This is all very chaotic for him, but I guess from his perspective, he lives up to the idea of plans fall apart on first contact with the enemy, and at that point, you just have to start making shit up to get through. That's just his perspective.
There is also just like Cross's, let's say, distrust of Canon
Yeah, and Carnath, am I
and
correct?
Cardiff. Yes, yeah.
Oh yeah,
You're being Ludwig and Rona being
yeah.
side-eyed
Zolly
constantly.
doesn't like Kenneth. Her reason for going to Kenneth is to be an asshole.
But like you told the reporter you were locked up for a couple of years in Carnath.
Wait, I don't know what you want to give away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind.
You have to ask about Cross's history.
I'm trying.
Okay, I'll see you guys back in after the break.
Is you on with it?
Well, you have to get Cross to talk about it. But you probably talk about Cardiff, maybe.
Yeah. Zolly just keeps being like, "What do you want, you strange little creatures?"
I think it's like because Cross's want was based on like the want of another person. It's kind of like, what the hell do I want?
Mhm.
I don't really have an answer to that because I'm having to like really rethink my goals on the fly.
The situation is not normal, and it is all fucked up.
Liz is just annoyed. Liz is the cardiac surgeon who's stuck in jury duty. There is more important things to be doing. I do not need to be here.
Hello.
Whenever everyone's back, we'll get back to the game. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Wahoo.
Ross is here. Just waiting on Lackyard and Drager. Waiting on Ludwig and Holden. Da, 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 da.
We're holding
Good.
on.
We're holding on for. Ludwig doesn't sound like anything else.
That's true.
We're gonna have so much fun once they
I,
come back.
I am here. I'll just be set up in a minute.
All right. Then we're just holding on for Lackyard. But where could Aaron be?
You're legit killing me with the puns.
Really?
I have no room to talk.
I was running a game earlier today, and a rogue joined the party who's a soul knife,
Oh.
and they described. Whenever I asked them, like, "Hey, so what do your soul blades look like?" They just immediately went like Raphael's size from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I'm like, "Oh, one, that's amazing, but two, that means you're literally a psychic."
Oh man. I'd like to stop. I mean, I'd like to start, but I'm gonna be erring on the side of caution.
Yeah.
I just remembered.
Oh, yeah.
One reason I'm really looking forward to the holidays.
Oh, yeah.
What's that, Fred?
Yeah, because one of the perks of my job is I'm not just off for Christmas. I'm off until the New Year's.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, cool.
Yeah, it's great. It's so good just to sleep in some days, you know.
Yeah, I like sleeping in.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm sorry if Solly's bogging down the process. I wouldn't want anyone to be cross with me.
Oh, now you're good. Boo!
Oh boy.
Boo!
Oh. It's okay. It will. It was only for Elizabeth. No, that wasn't too good. Could have been better. All right. Holden! God damn it! Where are you?
You give up on him, Ryan. He's a lackyard.
Uh,
We need to turn that into a word for a lazy person. A lackyard.
Don't worry, we cannot do it without him.
Oh,
Is that a phrase in the world? We cannot do it. We can't do it if we try.
there's this old Warforged meme from back in the day where it was like a straight out of Compton shirt, but with Warforged, and it was straight out of Kenneth.
Straight out of Canada. Yeah. Okay, we will get started in fact. It's time. It's time to get back to it. So, look at y'all. You're all wandering on down the street, making your way across Fairhaven. Let's see here. Man, it's too bad this map isn't better signified, but it's fine. You guys make your way outside the walls of House Cannith and into the farmlands that surround Fairhaven and travel none too far at all until you come upon a great big building. More like a warehouse than anything. A very, very finely built warehouse. It's fine architecture. It looks almost like the roof could come off, and in fact it does. I think, Rowan, you would know that certain airship projects are completed and finished here due to the elemental bindings, and this is one part warehouse, one part laboratory, one part noble estate. It's a very unique building, and you all walk in to see what is in essence like Tony Stark's laboratory, if it was an Eberron a little bit, and was 2 stories and was a warehouse kind of thing. It's basically like Iron Man's workshop on drugs, and yeah, it's a big place and it's beautiful for the style of craftsmanship that it is. There are many workers moving about here. Many are dragon marked by the House of Cannith, mostly humans come and go, but not all. And Rowan, you would be recognized and welcomed to follow. And indeed, if you do, you would follow through all the maze of contraptions, these strange cylinder like disc things that hang from the roof with like metal arms that kind of come off of them and like shoot little lasers at like contraptions that they're building. And it's very cool. And to be fair, Rowan, I think you've only been in here like a handful of times. Not that you haven't been allowed, it's just that like you haven't had business here. And you know, it's still a cool place. Maybe it's always still kind of cool to look at because cool. That's that. And you guys are brought to up the stairs and into this side room, but it's like a big double door. It's a very fine double door, and as you open it up, you go from the workshop and the banging and the sounds of alchemy going off into a very fine villa-like interior. A very, very finely built place. This very large, round room, a welcoming room, sort of foyer with various like statures, very wealthy. And you would see, looking out of the big windows that sort of look out over Fairhaven, you're going to see a woman. There is a lady dressed in a long purple form-fitted gown, but is accompanied by what looks to be maybe a brass ensemble that is metal, but still moves with the same consistency as fabric. and cloth. So it's metal, but it still waves in the wind. There's fine decoration about her, and everything about and her, as she turns around, you're gonna see that she has brown hair underneath this, almost like mantle-like cap, and decorated along her neck is a dragon mark. It is a much larger one, but you get the sense it probably goes down the neck and across her body more, just kind of peeks out from the rimmed collar of her mantle. And you'll stand before Baron Jorlana de Cannith, matriarch of House Cannith West. And I will give you the handout to see what she looks like.
Oh.
You would all know that she, you don't necessarily know why necessarily, but she has a reputation for being passionate, favorably bred, and there's rumor of scandal in her history. You don't know all the details, but this is the reputation she tends to hold in society, willing or not. She turns around, and the first person she sees is you, Rowan. And she's going to sort of walk up to you, and sort of half-heartedly smile at you, but there is like grief in it for you. And perhaps to your surprise, she'll give you, it's not like big and warm or anything, but she will give you a very polite hug.
Rowan will accept it gratefully.
Not full-bodied and warm, but still genuine. Holds it for maybe 5 seconds. And then kind of goes back and hands on your shoulders and will say, I'm so sorry for the tragedy that you're facing, Rowan. Give my deepest condolences.
Thank you. And she pulls her neck out and says, we have things to talk about.
Indeed we do. Magnificent. But I shall like to be cordial. Would you like to introduce me to your friends?
Yes. This is Ambassador Cross, Miss Siri.
Pleasure.
Ludwig Erdrager.
Baroness?
Pleasure, Lord Ludwig.
Holden Lackyard.
Monsieur?
Zali de Torn of House Thrashek. Yes?
Rush.
Thrashek. Sorry.
Lady de Torn.
And Lady Elizabeth Durasco.
A pleasure, Lady de Jurasco. Please, come in. Is there anything...
and our council...
it's okay.
Madani.
I'll repost...
Marina.
It's all good, it's all good.
Marina.
Marina de Madani. She says, Lady de Madani. She'll say, a pleasure to meet you, Baron de Cannith. We'll say, yes, please, all come in. Is there anything I could get you? You're thirsty, hungry, anything of the like? And she'll like on the inside of her wrist kind of like wave her hand over it, and a number of chairs will sort of roll forward for sitting in, and the room kind of, not in some like crazy transformer kind of way, but in a very eloquent way. A table very like silently just slowly rises out of the center of the room, a small sort of circular one, but big enough to hold everybody there, and the chairs will kind of quietly roll up to all of you. If you know in, I don't know if this is a perfect analogy, but Attack of the Clones, when Obi-Wan is meeting the Camino people for the first time, and the seats just kind of quietly come down sort of elegantly. It's not the same whites and everything, but everything's very, like, all of the chairs and all the tables sort of rise and come forth very quietly, very elegantly. It's not a big transformation. It's not jarring. It's very, very eloquent assimilation of this room turning into sort of a sitting area. she'll sit at the head of the table, and servants will come forth and immediately decorate the table with tea and little scones and whatever else for entertainment purposes of yourselves, which you're all welcome to. And she'll say, "It sounds like it has been a very um, overwhelming past couple of days for the two of you, for all of you."
It has been eventful.
Wait, okay. It's difficult. You could certainly say that, my lady. The reason, or perhaps the Spectre of the Throne would describe this. I don't know.
Please.
The reason we've chose to stop by you today. We were all the guests aboard the Golden Dragon the other night, and we were all lucky enough to escape that particular hazard. But unfortunately, things have transpired since then, and we'll need to have an audience with the Queen soon enough.
I see. Well, it is. I'm glad you've come. To start, I have many questions, and I assume you have many more than even I do. Dragon marks. How curious and unexpected. Not that they ever have been, but still, just to make matters more complicated. You all possess them. I see most of you seem to possess the same one that Rowan has.
Is a recent occurrence.
She will sort of wave her hand over her wrist again, and a little tray will come forth with essentially an all-purpose tool, like a sort of modified all-purpose tool. And she'll pick it up and kind of flip through it a couple of times, and it'll modify into some kind of device, some kind of set of tool set. And she'll kind of come over to you, Rowan, and kind of sit on the table, sort of half sit on the table next to you, and she says, "Do you mind?" And she'll do a little
sonic screwdriver.
Sonic screwdriver. All-purpose tool scan, Rowan using various artificiary skills and skills of House Cannith, and she'll say, "It reacts in every sort of way like a dragon mark would be expected of. I admit I am no expert in the aberrant dragon mark, but I do know some qualities of it that are not congruent with what you currently possess. If I may ask, what qualities or spells does the mark make you all capable of?"
We are not entirely sure.
Charming and command.
See. And you're not sure, Lord Draker?
We're not sure of the
tried it?
extent of it.
Have you ever tried to exercise its power?
Myself, no.
Perhaps it is time.
Is there a volunteer here then?
Go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you, Lady Dorasco. I was ready to volunteer also. Very exciting.
Well, Ludwig gets up and goes over to Liz, and how does this work? I'm not a mage. Mage of any kind.
Focus.
Exert your will. Tell me to
Yes.
stand, and mean it.
Focus on the mark. Focus on its power. Pull forth what it is within you, and yes, indeed, focus your will into it to make Lady Dorasco do what you please.
I will use the command spell to stand.
You resist?
No.
Nope. In that moment, Ludwig, you would feel not a burning, but like a almost like a. It's more like it's difficult to describe. It's not a bad feeling, but it's almost like a warm sensation across where your mark is. Almost like movement under the skin. It's not painful. Maybe a little weird to feel, but you do feel it the focal point of power within your entire body. And in that moment, Elizabeth stands very abrupt.
So that's always how it feels like.
It
Excellent.
varies some, but I would wager it was very similar to what I experienced yesterday.
Is it safe to say that all of you are experiencing the same abilities? Do you all capable of the same spells? To the best of your knowledge.
As far as we know, it hasn't. We haven't had time or opportunity to give it in-depth investigation.
Yes, indeed. And perhaps I am getting ahead of myself. My Kenneth brain is on right now and I'm curious to investigate, but I'm sure that you have more pressing matters like the royal decree that was given just today, yes?
Yes,
Well, go ahead.
I was going to let you go, but you've heard of that, I suppose.
Oh, who in fair heaven has not? And I expect by now many people across Rover have heard of it as well. My curiosity is into what, if you've come for my counsel, what is it that you wish to achieve?
What the political situation is. The political situation in Fairhaven within the Queen's Courts at the moment.
Specifically, the rules amongst the dragon marks. Yeah, they're picky.
Yeah, no.
And these are new.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to lose their head over something they had no control over.
Well, and she'll, before she kind of proceeds, our wonderful lawyer, Marina de Madani, and again, I'm reposting their handouts on Roll20, so we're acquainted with the two individuals involved in this conversation. Marina says, if it helps, Baroness de Kenneth, I have thoroughly investigated the situation. Every person here has submitted to detect thoughts, and I'm told a zone of truth at some point I wasn't involved with, but did view through the detect thoughts. Everyone here is, as far as I can tell, innocent. And Baroness de Kenneth says, well, then you should have no problem proving your innocence in the court of Fairhaven. But my question to all of you is, what do you want to achieve? Because first impressions are last. If you're just here for your innocence, then you hardly need to come to me. But if you want to achieve something more, well, this we can talk about.
Yes. Rowan recommended when the topic of the Queen's Court came up, Rowan insisted you would be the person to hear from.
Ah,
What
I
does
am...
What does it mean
Please.
to be a house?
It's a long list of things. It is, as you can imagine, a complicated situation. It's a step-by-step thing. We do not all learn how to, what's a good analogy? You do not build Fairhaven in a day. Yes? We must start by building one building and moving forward with that. So let us start with the easiest thing. If you wish to form a house, you need to have another house sort of sponsor your founding and help you get on your feet. I, as the Baroness of Kenneth West, would be more than happy to extend this offer of sponsorship of founding. This is not the first time House Kenneth has founded a dragon-marked house, and we'd be happy to do so again, if it would be to your pleasure. And with that, I would be more than happy to sponsor you in the creation of your house. It would be a long but exciting endeavor. Of course, that would mean, and he looks at you, Rowan, or she looks at you, Rowan, and says, the unfortunate part is you cannot be, as far as I am aware, it has never happened before, a dragon-marked member being a part of two houses at once. We would have to consult the rest of the dragon-marked houses in the court edicts to figure out where we stand on that legally. But I can say this. House Kenneth could sponsor your founding, and then we would go to the other Dragon Marked houses and see if they can be brought to support your being made an official Dragon Marked House of Corvair. And then once that is done, we can begin to expand, begin to build ties with all of the different nations, recruit high seneschals and viscounts, and begin to create an identity as a house. Name yourself, take a coat of arms. It's a exciting beginning. And of course, House Kenneth would be willing to provide you the resources to succeed in your endeavor.
What are the responsibilities of the sponsor to the sponsee, and what are the responsibilities of the sponsee to the sponsor?
Well, it goes without saying an alliance would be made between the two houses. You would be your own entity, and just like any bird who comes out of the nest, you would fly away one day at the time of your choosing. But in the meantime, we'd be happy to provide you financial resources. We'd be happy to provide you mentorship resources, and really whatever else you might require. You'd consider us a patron. Sponsorship, backing, everything you could imagine. And I will actually tell you, and this will go for you mechanically, what you'll get, because they would basically be considered a group patron. Da, 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 da. Here we are. She would say, so first and foremost, yes, there would be financial aid to help you build your house. Certainly, at least the funding of your first headquarters, a citadel in a city of your choosing. Of course, I represent South Canis West, so it would probably have to be somewhere within my holdings. It gets a little tricky considering the current dilemma in House Canis, but nothing that can't be achieved. On top of that, you would also have a certain discount when it comes to house services with House Canis. We'd be able to provide you a normal 10% discount on House Canis goods and services. But you would also be given and issued papers of identification as agents of your own house, but under the rights and protections of House Canis. That should give you some access as you go, but that will, of course, make you politically neutral and make you, have to abide by the core things. So, finances, discounts to kind of services, and independence to diplomatic situations.
Interesting.
I will say there are always exceptions to the rules. The Court Edict states that no house may own land, but, well, Cannith does, and did in Syri especially. Lyrandar has Stormreach. It is, the Court Edicts are becoming more like guidelines these days, post-last war. And House Deneth holds military powers. You all seem to have the power of speech, influence, enchantment. I expect that might put you in a position to be an exception within the Court Edicts as far as diplomacy goes.
Diplomacy.
But potentially.
So, it is a lot of information to undertake. The point is that you would gain substantial resources and mentorship from House Cannith should you wish to choose us for your founding.
Well, we haven't made a final decision on that.
Well, then let me give you a little piece of information for free. Some of you have had your faces plastered across the Korenberg Chronicle. That is not a good place to be, in the sense that it has been in. So it is always good to follow it up with a headline that is fresh in the minds of individuals. I, of course, have contacts with House Civis, and might be able to ensure, well, it would hardly be up to me. I'm sure if you formed a Dragon March house your name would be plastered on the front page, and that would easily compensate for any social damages to have been done to you if you were to form a house sooner rather than later.
I think that a decision of that magnitude, in addition to needing some very specific discussion, is dependent on us ascertaining were there additional survivors and were those survivors also marked.
Well,
and we can't do that until we've had the audience with the Queen and there has been sufficient time to let that sort of investigation run its course.
by all means. I intend to spend most of my time in the palace and get a measure of what is going on. I expect there will be other barons there, and I intend to spend my time there mostly. And it sounds like you do too, so perhaps we will meet each other at court.
Perhaps.
It was an implosion, Your Grace.
Pardon?
It was an implosion. It didn't explode.
Oh, an implosion.
Explode.
The vessel collapsed upon itself.
And as I am told, or at least the papers speak of, there is no wreckage to be found of any kind. Interesting phenomenon. Have to look into this.
Mask goes.
But thank you. Well, is there anything else that I could do for all of you at the time being?
I would say, is there anything we should know before going into the Queen's Court about the Queen and her court specifically?
A great deal. Of course, they are the royal court, and if you wish to operate there with any level of decorum, it'd be good to be informed first. Is there something specific in mind?
Well, for one, enemy topics to avoid, for example.
Reason.
It's a good question. I would recommend, of course, as it sounds like you already have insinuated, to move forward with tact. It is a emotionally sensitive time for the royal family after nearly being assassinated only yesterday. So, but other than that, I cannot think of specific information. Obviously, if you were to find that there were important individuals who are confirmed slain in the attack, it might be best to skirt those topics carefully.
So be careful when we ask about if anyone else is yet emerged alive.
I don't think that would be off the table to ask. It's the whole reason she herself made a declaration of summonings for that very purpose. It would be strange for her to not be willing to discuss the topic.
Ladies, gentlemen, I am a very bluntly spoken woman. I am someone who is acclimatized to needing to get to the core of a problem quickly, and that tends to not be filled with a lot of protocol and etiquette. It sounds like this is a situation where protocol and etiquette are going to be necessary.
Would you be
A wise note, Lady de Jurasco.
Would you be more comfortable not speaking, Elizabeth?
If I'm directly asked something, I'm happy to. But if we want to put our best foot forward, the less I have to say, the better everyone is going to be served.
We have a diplomat.
I'm not going to try to be rude, but a lot of these and thous and your majesties are not going to be coming out of my mouth.
We have a diplomat. We have an ambassador.
Potentially.
I'm currently the ambassador of of a nation. I'm still undecided if I'm going to be representing us.
You are a diplomat, Mr. Cross.
I am.
May I ask of which? I am most curious.
I'm in the court of New Siri for Prince Orgev.
Very impressive. You have my congratulations on your status.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Well,
Thank you, Your Grace.
Baron is fine. I am not royalty, but thank you, Roma. It sounds like you already have yourselves figured out as far as dealing with the royal court is. But the last piece of information I will say, or at least the last recommendation I'll say, is you will never be on a greater stage than when you walk through that door. All eyes will be on you, the Coronberg Chronicle, the royal courts, the Dragonmarked houses. Whatever you do, whatever you say there, will be of exceptional importance. It will be a great opportunity to make your mark. I would not squander it if I were you. It is an opportunity if you allow it to be. Sounds like you're largely undecided about this Dragonmarked house situation. Perhaps it'd be best to get decided. But if not, that's okay too. I just simply recommend to use the resources and opportunities at your fingertips, which is what this is. An opportunity.
Would they really allow reporters into a room if there's a conversation of this magnitude?
Of course not, but, well, House Civis, they have their ways.
They love to chat.
But
It is their
also
trade.
typically underneath 3 feet tall. They can fit through small holes and tiny spaces, squirm around,
Yeah.
send information
The
instantly.
look Elizabeth levels at Zali would freeze lava.
Oh, please, you're not a gnome.
Yeah, another question, Baroness. Cross is not the only one in odd diplomatic, in a strange position diplomatically. I'm also from Carnath. Not an official ambassador from King Caius, but I'm still from a noble house there.
So let me ask this then. It sounds like many of you are in important diplomatic situations. 3 of you seem to be dragon-marked by other houses. Is it of immense interest to you that you have the ability to operate within the diplomatic sphere?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, given the nature of your mark, it would make sense. House Deneth has ensured that they are able to operate in a military capacity, despite the court edicts. Again, if you would wish sponsorship from House Kenneth, it would be my honor to attempt to ensure that your addition to the Dragon-marked house ranks, that you would be capable of maintaining diplomatic relations. Just as Deneth has their exceptions, perhaps you might have yours. It is a good offer that I give. Not to pat myself on the back, but one worth considering, I hope.
We are grateful, Baroness.
Baroness, would it be possible for us to have the room to speak with our council and one another briefly? I think topically this is something that's worth having a discussion about. But
Make,
I don't want to I don't want to prejudice anyone.
maybe persuasion check. You are asking her to vacate a room in her own home.
I mean, we'll go elsewhere.
It's too late.
14.
14. She smiles and says, perfectly fair. I have much to do regardless. Just have one of the servants come find me when you decided or not. And she will
And
stand
before,
up. Yeah, go ahead.
there's one quick question. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but given the importance of these matters and how big this news is, do you think the Queen would forbid me from speaking with the Karnathi ambassador about the recent developments?
I, in fact, think it would be an infringement upon your rights to not be able to speak to a diplomat of your home nation.
Well, that was go well for.
I am no lawyer, but... And then Marina will say, no, Baron de Kenneth is correct. You're within your rights to speak to a diplomat of your own nation.
Oh, I see. I see. Thank you again. Answers my question.
And Jorlana will sort of nod and will elegantly walk out of the room and leave you guys in the big, beautiful hall. Yeah.
I didn't
So,
expect that. I didn't.
asking her to leave her own room?
I didn't expect the offer. I just want
There is
to learn.
there is a great deal of notoriety to be gained. I'm certain that nearly any of the marked houses would vie for that opportunity. I think for as generous as an offer as that is, I think we would be well served to avoid. Three of us are already marked by other houses, and I think that those pre-existing relationships would prejudice in the public eye our ability to move forward with the necessary autonomy.
Oh, yes, allow me to be blunt. I have no intention of being sponsored by House Kenneth.
Here.
I did not expect the offer.
It is understandable that she would make it.
Council.
At which point Elizabeth will look at Marina. Your house has been, and more specifically, yourself, have been very helpful in us sorting this situation out, and you have been doing so under your own good grace. I think that we would be ill-favored guests if we didn't at least extend the opportunity you are not affiliated with any of the houses that we're affiliated with. You represent a a more neutral house.
Um, but Madani? You want Madani?
Yes.
It's a possibility. You've been reliable as long as we've known you, which is only about a day.
You also, as a house, already work closely with governments, are relatively small and unlikely to use us as a patsy.
And also, you're very good at getting knowledge.
Yeah, I can do that.
No, there we go. She goes, well, thank you. I admit to being caught a little off guard. I feel obligated to say that I'm a little bit of an oddball in House Badani. We're not really lawyers a lot. We work more in the Warning Guild. Is our major place of work, where we're counterintelligence a lot of the time. I don't really go into that work myself. I can reach out for you. I will say House Madani is primarily associated with Brayland. I could reach out if you want. House Madani is a little bit of the black sheep of the Dragon Marked House. They don't like the other Dragon Marked houses, and they don't like them very much. I can do it if you want.
I think that is perfect.
I would also tend to agree, particularly if we are going to try to leverage the mark as best as we currently understand it. It seems to be lending itself to negotiative, diplomatic aims, and that would seem to dovetail more closely with counterintelligence than say House Civis as a random example.
Oh, okay. I will. Okay. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I will get in contact with the Pi Seneschal here in Fairhaven, and I can set up a meeting. I'll have to contact them. Do you want to try and do this today?
I think it would behoove us to have something tentative in place when we present before the Queen. Now, alternatively, if as a group we wanted to let it be known that we were open to being convinced to let someone sponsor us, and let them, let them bid that out. It's
absolutely.
not my it would not necessarily be my preference, but I know some business entities do drive that sort of opportunity. I don't necessarily find it repugnant, but I don't think that it is going to well serve our particular situation. But that's just one woman's opinion.
Understood. Well, Baroness Decanith is to be believed. Yeah, it sounds like you're going to have a lot of people, a lot of different individuals who might want to get you to be founding you, so to speak. I don't think Madani's going to reach out. I can set something up and try and like call a meeting and not really tell the High Seneschal why the meeting's happening, because if I tell them outright, they might not come up. So, um, but yeah, I can organize a little meeting, but I don't think Madani would ever seek you all out to found you. You'd have to be very convincing.
And will be convincing.
Do you think this the emergence of a new dragon mark might not be enough to convince them?
They barely
It's-
wanted to be
it-
a house themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
House Madani was, historically speaking, House Madani was kind of, I don't want to use the word forced, but let's just say it took a lot of convincing to get House Madani on board for becoming a recognized Dragon Marked house. It was not something that House Madani ever actually pursued and never really has pursued relationships with the other Dragon Marked houses. They're more Brailish. We're a big Brailish house. I will put that forth. If Madani was ever to support you, I imagine it would suit you to travel to Brayland and set up in Rot or Sharn, perhaps. It would give you a connection with a more one-to-one connection with Madani. It's where we operate.
Would there potentially be any other houses that would fit as well? Do you think?
Rush,
Again, I am a
but I
lawyer.
am biased.
I would just take Baroness Decana's advice and go to the court and see who bites, you know?
Perhaps that might be best.
Or you could contact Dragon Marked houses that you would wish, and it's only been a day. If you gave it a week, maybe it might, or wait till the end of the week and kind of let the word spread. Maybe they might come to you more before any sort of grand proclamations.
We could meet the Queen today or tomorrow. Let the words get out, and then make a final decision on the Dragon Marked house by the end of the week, perhaps.
Whatever you think is best. Like I say, I'm just your legal counsel. I'd be more than happy to set up a meeting with the High Seneschal of House Madani.
Please.
Anything politically based, I'm just guessing at. I'm a lawyer.
Well, if you can make that arrangement, I think that would be fantastic. But I still think the sooner we present to the Queen, the better, because there is going to be, if there are any others, if we're the first in line, we can see who follows after.
Okay,
and if
then-
there is,
Yep.
and if there is any press, then we become a locus of contacts.
Right. Okay, I will. It'd probably be best to do this soon, though, right? So
I would imagine so.
So let's go. Let's go do this. Or at least I should go and get things set up. Head back to my office, if you wouldn't mind, and I'll try and get her there at the earliest convenience. I need to go. Okay. And she, it's suddenly you can tell she did not expect this, and she takes off with a little bit of oh god.
It's been a big day for her.
Yeah. It went from holy fuck opportunity exciting to holy fuck opportunity exciting.
I will say to the rest of the group, I might think it'd be best that we present ourselves to the courts and let the word gets out, then meet with the Dragon Marked houses then. Those are the way our options.
Certainly.
If we're looking at Madani, though, if that's who we're looking for, then we should get the feelers out. They won't ask us.
True, but
And that's why let our council make that connection for us it does two things. Most significantly, it is going to provide a great deal of cachet for a woman who has been very kind and very helpful. And if that gives her a degree of clout within her own organization, then so much the better.
May I be blunt?
By all means. I prefer
I
blunt.
thank the gods or the silver host or the flame or whoever the fuck is listening. If we want Madonia's sponsorship, because they're less likely to try and turn us into a patsy,
Yes.
then shopping around and putting the feelers out and trying to set up other meetings ahead of time, they will know they are the inquisitives. They are the spy people. And if they know we're trying to play the field, I think they'll be less likely to want to deal with us because we'll just be another house to them.
That is not my inclination, nor my intent. But I think that by not tacitly advertising, but by leaving it uncommented on.
Mm-hmm. Well,
seeing who comes to the table and in what auspice they come to the table is going to be illuminating.
Of course, but and that is fine. I understand that. Simply say,
and if needs be, it provides opportunity to see how information propagates itself.
If I might offer my opinion as a
by all means, it's more your area of expertise than it is mine. I cut on people for a living.
If our sights were to be set on House Madani, based on the disposition you've described, putting out any kind of feelers would jettison any hope of having Madani as a sponsor. They would certainly strike me as the type that would prefer to be chosen than to be expected to choose us.
Sorry.
You are right that simply extending an invitation to all houses would allow us to make a judgment on who wants us the most, and there's merit in that. It depends on what you want.
Let's be clear. My intent is I like Madani for Zolly's reason of they are smaller, they are somewhat ostracized, they are more likely going to be not in a position to turn us into a cat's paw.
So do we want to go actually have that meeting with Madani, or do we want to
I think my concern with Madani, that given what Lady Marina has just said, is that A, they are the black sheep of the family, B, they tend to be much more aligned with Breland and they also said that it would be that in order to be close to them, we would have to relocate to Sean. That's on the whole other side of Corvair.
Sean is closer to home for me. I wasn't planning on staying here.
I'm already technically situated in Breland, so this makes no bearing.
Kenneth has enclaves in Sean. I mean,
the marked houses have enclaves everywhere. If our focus is going to be diplomacy, eventually we're going to be everywhere. But
And there's
You
a
know,
proud
picking
Romite
picking
named
a
Practically British.
place to park a set of chairs. You know, Charn is as good a place as any. It's cosmopolitan. It's large. You
There's
know,
a
it
thriving
it isn't
goblin
going to be
population.
full of the intrigue that you see at Thronehold or
I
here.
actually know some of the bars there. You know, good start.
So as you sit in Baroness Jolana's living room or sitting room or whatever, do you want to go back to the law office and possibly have this meeting with House Madani?
Sounds good to me.
I would like to.
Would
Okay.
this be
Absolutely.
would this be our final meeting with House Madani, choosing then and there?
You don't know. You're gonna have to go have the meeting to find out how it goes.
If
They may not choose us.
It is,
that's-
that is probably largely what the problem is that they might not give a shit to choose you guys.
I'm of the opinion that if they show any interest in us, and this is a big if, then they will expect a commitment. Because if we start playing the
and
field,
that's fine. But by the same token, they may understand that there is.
Can we take the meeting?
Mhm.
Just take
I'm
the
not
Yes.
Very well,
We're
let's
just
have a meeting.
talking about taking the meeting. Let's go
No,
take
we're
the meeting.
taking the meeting. Let's just take the meeting.
We could
This
be
is- this isn't-
halfway through the meeting.
Let's have a meeting, not the final votes. Very
Hi,
well.
Seneschal is sitting there going, "No, I'm definitely not picking them." No, I'm kidding.
Mhm.
Okay, you
We'll
guys,
have a
the
meeting
servants
about the
all
meeting
come
before the
in with
meeting.
guns and point them at your head and say, "Get the fuck out of here!" And you finally stop talking and go to the fucking meeting. You
I know-
One would stop and talk to Jorlana.
Oh,
And
I was
just
hoping
explain
she'd
that
come
they-
back into the room and it's just empty.
That
yeah, you
they-
want to talk to
yeah.
Joanna?
like she'll do
Okay.
that privately, but
Sure. So we'll say as everyone here is talking about how much they want to have a Madani meeting and not going to the Madani meeting, you get up and you go to the next room and you go talk to you catch Trelana, and she says, "That's bad, huh?"
the other dragon marked they think it best that that none of our houses are the sponsor, and the ambassador does not like us.
Well, that is, I suppose, going to go one way or the other. Unfortunate. Well, house remains open to you, Rowan. I will say it has been good seeing you. You have my condolences once more. You and your friends are welcome to return. If you wish, I might not always be here, like I said. I may more be at the palace. And I'm sorry to hear that your Warforged friend is not friendly to Kenneth, considering. If there's anything we can do to make that right, I would be happy to hear. But yes, have a good day, and I hope good luck with whichever other house you feel is more apt.
And she bows. She's like, she clearly looks mortified.
And you feel the disappointment from Jorlana. I will say you, Rowan, would uniquely gather the insight that you know that Jorlana is deadlocked with another Baron for leadership of House Cannith, and this might have just tipped the scales for her. So this could have been a big benefit to her. So you feel the disappointment from her, definitely, but cordial. She allows you your grace, and you take off. Okay, you guys all make your way back through Fairhaven, all the way back to the law office once more, and You all sit around the table for a little while, maybe continue just your discussion for a bit, until the door opens and you're going to see Marina open the door. I think I'm going to put on a different. Oh no, that's a little dark and gloomy. This is our theme song. Whenever Marina enters the room, you hear this. This goes off.
Nice.
Hey everyone, it's me, Marina. No.
Uh,
I'll find music in a moment. But as Marina opens the door, you're going to see another half-elven woman step through the door. She looks a little bit older, um, similarly sized ears, and is in an elegant dress, elegant green dress. It is very Brailish. And she has, nice long hair into sweet braids. And and Marina is going to say, hello, everyone. I'd like to introduce you to Brina du Madani, High Seneschal of the Onder Division of Madani. Hi, Lady Seneschal. And she has like a bit of a suspicious look on her face. It definitely has the look of someone who's like being invited to the surprise party or something. They don't really get why. Goes, uh, hello. And Marina will gesture for her to sit, and she will sit. And will look at you all and say, so pleasure to make your acquaintances.
Indeed,
What
you've
it,
been. Oh, go ahead.
oh, no, please. I'm much more interested to hear what you have to say.
Have you been informed of the nature of our meeting?
Not even slightly. And she'll look at Marina a little exactingly, and Marina will kind of like, yeah, you guys just sense it was intentional. She didn't tell her why she was here. This is a bit of an ambush
Yeah.
for
So
Marina.
so Zolly's going to pull back her hair and just kind of show off the mark uh, on this side of her neck, clearly below the other mark on her cheek.
She looks at it and cocks an eyebrow and says, not a dragon mark I recognize.
We
Are
think it is no.
you? She looks around the table. She goes, some of you were in the paper this morning, I believe.
I hold up the paper. This one, you mean?
Yes, I'm getting the sense that this is not a contract for the Warning Guild.
It is not.
Uh,
As it stands, we find ourselves in something of a precarious situation. My companions here are finding themselves either doubly marked or just simply newly marked, including
Dragon
those.
marks.
Correct.
New dragon.
Correct. I assume, as a member of House Madani, especially one of such high standing as yours, you understand the frustrations that come with being newly marked.
Not at all. I've been newly marked, but not like this.
Mhm.
I sympathize with your position, though don't entirely understand what it has to do with me.
Well, there are already groups such as House Kenneth that are trying to angle themselves to be our sponsor, and as such turns into, as my friend here put it, a cat's paw of theirs. And
If
Oh, I
we
understand.
can dispense with that, you've made your opinions known, but at this point you push to disrespect. Please stop.
pay too disrespectful.
So you want
Yes.
us to make you our cat's paws, you put it?
No.
No.
To be perfectly blunt, your house is seen amongst the Dragon Mark houses as being a a bit of a black sheep.
Oh, thank you.
Not not necessarily in a bad way. Uh just in a
What my slightly blunt speaking companion here means is that I may very well be the first Warforged to ever acquire a genuine dragon mark, and we have members among us who have now dual marked. We're we're a bunch of outsiders and outliers and anomalies, and we would feel perhaps in better hands with a house that at least could somewhat empathize with our position as, in terms of in relation to the other dragon marks and their houses.
Would prefer having a neutral party in play rather than another organization more used to scheming, as need be.
Um, okay. Neutral, meaning what? Neutral to what, exactly? To this golden dragon issue?
No, we fully intend to investigate that as well. And your assistance in that would be a godsend, of course. From Frindo to Inquisitive, I think we have similar goals in that respect.
Not particularly, unless we're actually hired by the Court of Ondare, but they have their own spies.
Mm-hmm. Beyond that, we find ourselves most likely to be in a space where our marks are going to be leveraged, whether we like it or not. And all of us sharing a common one are going to find ourselves forced to share that with each other. We hope to get ahead of that and be recognized potentially as a new house, it would seem.
Okay. Very interesting. I'm hearing a lot about what you want.
You're asking for your sponsorship.
I am gathering that, yes. I'm hearing a lot about what you all want, and while this is a very interesting phenomenon, House Madoni has never had great interest in the Dragonmarked houses or being involved in their politics of any kind. I am not terribly sure. Being the black sheep, it doesn't really serve you politically, does it? It doesn't matter. It's going to be a very hard sell to the Baron. Why would House Madoni want to sponsor you? I mean, if you're the first Warforged, why not go to House Kenneth?
I have some let's call it a personal grievance with the house, and I want nothing to do with them on a very personal level, and what could be more personal than this?
Okay, so that cuts it down to about 10 other Dragonmount houses. Again, you like us because the other houses don't like us?
We like you because you are not as given to the internal politicking as the rest.
And that's what you're trying to avoid is politics. You're trying to avoid influence.
We're trying to avoid an excess of influence on our own choices, at the very least.
So you want a house who isn't going to influence your choices and let you do whatever you want?
Not whatever, but
typically we're a Brailish nationalist house. We're more tighter ties to Braylon than anywhere else.
And
are there any Brailish amongst you?
Named
potentially useful to a Brailish house to have folks who could act as a diplomatic liaison to places where you perhaps need a back channel or you need other ability to negotiate.
Okay. Let's get specific on that point, because we opened this conversation with you don't want to be a cat's paw, and now you're offering your services, and also want to be free to do whatever you want. So, what is it?
May I simplify?
Please.
Thank you. So, we have taken to calling our mark the mark of diplomacy, in lieu of a better term. Politics is
Okay.
going to be involved in what we do, but not necessarily out of purely seeking out our own direct power. We all have our own goals, and we're going to need time to sort out what those are. If we fall directly underneath the auspices of a larger house, especially one given so much to politicking, be that Kenneth, be that Roscoe, be that Sivis, or the others that are already large and widespread, then we will not have that chance. And speaking of what you want, you do not have patience for the other houses, by and large, correct? You do not want anything to do with the other dragon marks as much as you can help.
Correct.
So, let us look forward. If we seek out sponsorship elsewhere, or it is foisted upon us, one or the other, then we will become a tool for another house. And we will extend the influence of that house, whether we like it or not, regardless of what we want, regardless of our intentions. You, on your side, can prune away that option of growth from the other dragon marks and ensure that things are a little less muddled for your own navigations.
Makes perfect sense. However, how does that serve House Madon? We have no interest in diplomacy with the dragon marked houses. We are forbidden by the court edicts to have diplomacy with any of the other nations. We choose to have diplomacy with Braylon, which works just fine as far as I know. So why would we back up and sponsor a house of diplomacy that when we don't need diplomacy and you don't want to perform diplomacy? Doesn't make any sense, really. I'm not seeing that we benefit.
In a world after the last war, just because there are not armies on the field does not mean that there is not conflict. Because you choose to have diplomacy with Breland and nowhere else, that means even with the investigative might of your inquisitors, there are places that you are blind. Places where having an eye or an ear would be useful. Someone who can have those discussions who aren't you, but do so at your behest. That is what we're suggesting. It's not a cat's paw relationship. It is one of mutual benefit.
We are not spurning all politics.
We get the sponsorship. We get the politics in some ways that we choose. And we provide an opportunity for your folks to fill in a blind spot. And as Zali said, it denies that resource to all of the politicking other places. And
it also gives you a shield.
We would be crazy not to understand that just like everything else in nature, these nations are going to continue to politic and snipe at one another, as are the dragon marked houses. And having blind spots puts Medani and Breland at disadvantage. We can ameliorate that. Now, as so far as we know, it's 6 of us, which is not a lot of amelioration. But we're going to grow it.
I would like to hear from. Are these your two great diplomatic speakers amongst you? The healer and the tracker. Is this the
No.
diplomacy you mean to offer us?
Oh, not at all. They simply find less direct routes to things.
She looks at the rest of the four of you.
I
I think she just sees Ludwig in the corner, not very talking much, but watching.
Takes
have
note of that.
currently, at least prior to getting this mark, I am an ambassador for New Siri, in
Oh,
the court of Prince Orgaf. So I, to some extent, live in Braylon.
well, if your people have it your way, it sounds like you don't live in Brayland. You live in New City.
That I do.
That is interesting.
And fair to say, every one of us is from a different nation or a different affiliation. There is no consensus. Now, you could interpret that as a complication for any sort of sponsorship or alliance with House Madani. Or you could look at it another way, where House Madani is exclusively Brayllish. We, as a house of diverse backgrounds, with a mark that allows for better diplomacy, is in the position to dare I say arbitrate, or at least how to say this. Since the morning, the nations have been in a bit of a standstill, or standoff. No
Not
one knows.
your nation, so Warforged. Not New City.
No, we're having to claw our way out of near annihilation.
And from what I understand, you're trying to establish a new homeland, and it seems that you wish to. Well, it seems that right now there's a little politics in Brayland to do with a certain Bill of Rights that is being attempted to be blocked by your prince, yes?
That there is.
So, find ourselves in an interesting situation. House Madani has allies who require powerful diplomats. Brayland wants this bill passed, but Prince Orgev is rebuffing it. While we don't really need diplomats, our ally could use a diplomat or two. How would you feel, Sir Diplomat, about trying to make that situation work in the behest of Brayland? Probably not well, I imagine.
No. That would go against what I have been to do.
So then why, even more so than ever, should House Madani wish to take on this group, who apparently has at least one member in direct opposition to our allies?
Out of
That's-
characters, the Bill of Rights regarding Warforged, or what is it regarding?
Maybe a history check.
Yeah, because
If
Zali is
anyone,
in and
yeah,
out.
Cross knows all about this, but if
Yes, I
anyone
do.
else wants to know, they can roll. They roll a history check. Rowan, I give you advantage because of
Okay.
your background.
Okay.
It's a natural 19.
Nice,
21.
nice,
25.
nice.
You said history?
History.
Dirty 20.
30-20.
Open my
You
business.
apparently would all know. Maybe it was in the Chronicle at some points, but you would all know that New Siri is essentially the largest concentration of surviving Sirens on Corvair, and the only nation to allow refuge to these people was Brayland, and Brayland allowed the Syrians to basically start a refugee settlement to the east of Brayland, which has grown into. It's still considered a town, but it is a very large, sprawling town, and every day more Syrians flow in. And currently, there is a bill that is being debated in Parliament in Brayland to limit the population of New Syria as it is growing larger and larger. The politics behind that, maybe you have to talk to Cross about, but that is the current that is the current legal dilemma going on in Brayland right now. Is that the King of Brayland is trying to cap the population in New Syria, which is being protested by the allies of New Syria and New Syria itself.
If I might ask, what if the minds of your allies could be changed?
Me? You want me to hire you all to convince our allies to do something that's not in their best interest?
I'm asking.
What kind of diplomacy?
No, I'm not asking you to hire us in that respect. I am asking it for the point of curiosity.
Listen,
I do not know if that is of their best interest or not. I am no diplomat.
it is not.
You are certain?
I am completely certain. Unless you have some way that it could possibly benefit Brayland to allow another nation to settle even more of its population on its land. The king and parliament of Brayland do not want this, which is why they're trying to pass the bill. Opposing the bill puts you on the side of New Syria, who Brayland is opposed to.
Thank you for the.
I have to be honest. You got to help me here. If this is going to work in some way, there's got to be something that House Madani or its allies get out of it. We're allied with Brayland, and that's pretty much it. So far, I've heard that we can do diplomacy for you is the best you've got. Yes,
sorry. I'm
sir,
not.
you are.
Ludwig isn't saying anything. He's just writing down a piece of paper and just passes it to Rowan, and he says it passes it to the others. No.
Rowan doesn't take it.
Okay, no. And he nudges Cross, hands it to him.
I would say it's not an unusual thing to be done in a business meeting to pass a an important note. I don't think it would be the most incordial thing to be done. Like, it happens all the time in legal matters, which is, I wouldn't think it would be that uncordial to be done, just as a note.
Okay. If it would not look entirely disrespectful, then she would take it.
I think you guys are in a business meeting right now, and she understands this is business. I don't think it would be like you're deeply offending me right now, right?
I don't think.
So, what does the letter say, or what does the note say? If everyone looks at it.
Common would know this. Overplaying the hand. Not. No, we can't hear you.
All he does is give it back to him, and she just nods.
It feels like, and he'll nudge Liz to hand it over, pass it to Zali and Cross, who've been doing most of the talking.
She'll, without offense, look to you, Ludwig, and be like, "Are you the brains behind the operation, then? You're the only one who will, aside from this person," and points her hand to hold him. You're one of the few who have not spoken yet.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ludwig Draker. I was also a guest upon the Golden Dragon and witnessed its unfortunate tragedy. Terrible tragedy.
You all do, of course, have mine and House Madoni's condolences for the situation.
Yeah, as well. I'm just sharing my thoughts with my friends, my acquaintances here.
Did you have a hand, then, sir, Eodraga, in wishing to approach House Madonna?
Oh, ironically, I thought that was a possibility. Yes, certainly.
I
I,
hope my
I
colleague Marina described House Madoni's temperature to the other Dragonmart houses before this meeting.
she she did. She has, and she's been and for the record, she's been an excellent she's done an excellent job at helping us in this ever since this terrible tragedy has happened.
And thank you for saying so, Mr. Eodraga. So, with that said, I would ask you, as I've heard from most of everybody else, what is it that this group can do for House Madonna?
Like, is off to out of character. Is that note being passed around?
Presumably.
Okay. Feels like yeah, feels like it would help. Well, for one, it would for one, for one, it would help. You would have the glory of knowing you helped establish another dragon marked house, great, another potentially great spawn in the future. And as well as
fair, but we'll have to do better than that.
the house, and feels like Ludwig will look back to Cross and Zali. He kind of like away from the Madani lady, kind of like eyes them out, like read it, like like you guys might read a face of like read it.
I have read your note.
Feels like
Cross has read it.
We're going to say that people have read your note.
okay. What feels like um
Not much.
we he's going he will also point to Mr. Lackyotta. Do you have any thoughts? Like,
You're muted there, Holden.
Yeah, I really don't. I think these are valid questions and concerns. To be honest, I don't understand these portions of inner house politics, and I'm not sure what the motivation generally is for one house wanting to sponsor another. My understanding is that there is some amount of prestige or influence to be gained by discovering and championing the development of a new house. That's not something that House Madani is interested in, and then perhaps we're barking up the wrong tree, as it were. I'm not sure what houses may be interested in these things. I believe one of the elements of our decision to ask House Madani for their sponsorship was that they may benefit from and enjoy the recognition that comes with discovering, as it were, and championing the formation of a new house. But outside of that, what does our particular service have to offer this house? Oh, I don't know. I suppose you could say that no existing house is necessarily in dire need of our services.
You would be surprised, sir.
I'm sure that I would. This is, well, I admit I do have some interest in the houses and how they operate. Um, the formation of a new house and the relationships that exist around that are not something with which I'm wholly familiar. Um, so I suppose I can't offer a good reason.
Well then, I I will simply lay this on the table and leave it there. I would have to go to the Baron with something pretty spectacular. And the only thing I could think of that would be spectacular would be to indeed find a diplomatic house who could convince New Syria of relenting on their opposition to the bill in current British Parliament, but clearly that is not within the designs of your group. So I will leave that on the table. Maybe you will reconsider down the line. And then maybe, and not anything assured, but maybe I could possibly go to the Baron with something that might interest him. But so far, Madani has enjoyed our neutrality and staying out of house politics.
If I may ask a question on that point.
Yes?
You desire neutrality in house politics, and I understand that. And you've also said that you are, as you have said, a Brailish organization as much as anything, correct?
We're not allowed to have legal diplomatic ties, but yes.
Of course, but your allies unmistakably are Brayland. Does Brayland not have interests outside of Brayland?
Of course.
And do you think whenever you help pursue those that you are not viewed as an instrument of Brayland in that?
We pursue whoever pays us to pursue anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like any Dragonmark house.
So you would consider yourselves neutral then?
Like any other Dragonmark house, we just simply operate out of one nation more than most.
Mm-hmm. So perhaps there are opportunities for diplomacy and arbitration outside of strictly Brailish borders. And even if there are not currently, there will be. I've heard it told me today that the court edicts are more recommendations than guidelines. And I think we all are aware that that is the case.
It is a fair point. It is a very fair point. There are other political Brailish concerns, and if you were to help out Brayland with some of these concerns on behalf of Madani, that could work.
Mm-hmm.
I will...
Yeah. And I apologize. I promise this is the last thing. I understand you have valuable time. Do you think the last war is truly over after the century that has been going?
Well, after the devastation that hit Syria, it's hard to imagine anyone has any interest in inflating the anger of whoever caused that attack.
Hmm. So you think it has ended, or it has simply cooled down in temperature?
I think whenever it is discovered how or who did that, we'll have to see how things are then.
In that case, I would urge you and your Baron to consider whenever whatever spark next comes that ignites things again, as more and more houses spread out their influence and ignore the edicts and gain their seat of power and form their armies with the Naeth or their constructs with Canith or whatever else they're doing, how long that neutrality of yours will last without additional neutral organizations to actually stand with you.
You're asking us to plan for war.
I'm asking you to be intelligent.
Oh, you're asking me to be intelligent.
You are an intelligence operative, and I assume you have a longer eye for these things than I do. So I expect you to know when you could make an investment.
And if I see a good one, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I'm only speaking for myself here, but if a sponsorship from House Madani means tacitly betraying the interests of my own nation, then I'm done here.
Of
It
course.
was an erroneous assumption on my part that you would see the founding of a new house to be an opportunity, and simply a misjudgment on my part about how deeply Madani's neutrality is entrenched in Breland itself.
Of course. Selling out the city is a non-starter.
My
Now we
apologies for
see
wasting your time.
Now we see truly how diplomatic this asset would have been. It seems that I have made the intelligent choice. Good day. And she will stand up and leave, and the door will be a little louder than maybe it should have been on the way out.
I apologize to all of you. It seems my national affiliation is jettison what would have been a half-decent plan.
No apologies required.
It's alright. It's only been a day. We'll figure things out.
I'll go up to close the door if that might be okay.
At this point, it is very late. You have had a very, very long day. And I think you all feel the emotional, if labor wear, come over all of you as a party. And we will hold the session there, and we will call it an end of the day as well. And your party may find themselves to respite and take a long rest as well. You may mark that off on your sheet.
Would we off screen be going back to our lodgings, or would we roleplay happen after that next session?
We're going to say that you all go back to your lodgings and get a long rest, and you'll be welcome to discuss the events in the morning, which is where we will proceed from next session. Yeah. As I imagine nothing is so pressing it needs to happen this very night, we'll say your characters just kind of find their way to somewhere with respite, unfortunately.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry that was a hard-ass encounter, guys. Madani's very... not involved.
Rowan offered Kenneth Estate. You guys are welcome if you choose to.
For the
You
evening?
could say that we're waking up in Kenneth Estate next session.
Rowan,
That'd
Ludwig
be
will take...
fun.
Ludwig will take you up on that offer, Lady Rowan.
Yeah, why don't we, if everyone's cool with it, why don't we say that you guys all just kind of zombie your way over to Kenneth Estate, and we'll pick it up the next morning, and you guys can kind of see Rowan's world. Rowan's world.
Next
Sure, yeah.
Smash Reality TV hits. Oh my god, what if Eberron ever gets reality TV?
Oh my god. Please no. It's called the Cronenberg